Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ABG Investor Days. My name is Alexander Krämer, biotech equity analyst here at ABG. Today I have the pleasure to host the CEO of Cinclus Pharma, Christa Ahlberg. Welcome, Christa, and the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Today we will talk about Cinclus Pharma. And before starting, going much deeper into the presentation, just a short introduction. Cinclus Pharma, we are a pharmaceutical company focusing on gastric acid-related diseases. Our lead candidate is called linaprazan glurate, and that represents a new mode of action, a new class called PCABs, which is the first innovation since Astra launched Losec or omeprazole in the end of the 80s. We are focusing on the greatest unmet medical need, the severe patients within the indication of E-GERD, erosive GERD, where we have a unique opportunity to meet these unmet medical needs with specific advantages, which I will come back to. Despite we are looking into this niche market, we are facing a blockbuster potential within this area. We have already delivered very strong phase 2 data with significant better healing results versus the standard of care proton pumps inhibitors. And now we are going to repeat that in the phase 3 program, and we are in the planning mode for that, to starting up that as soon as possible. We are not listed company yet, but despite that, we do have very strong investors and shareholders with good track record within the biotech sector, such as Trill Impact, Air Venture, Link, and also AP4. And they will, of course, support us in the next step here in the financing. Just going through the disease shortly, it's not so complicated. E-GERD is caused by the acid content in the stomach going in the wrong direction. Normally, it's a one-way system. Everything should go downwards, but due to the muscle, the sphincter muscle between the problem that you could cause that you have a muscle that doesn't work between the stomach and the esophagus, the content of the stomach goes in the wrong direction, and that causes erosions and symptoms. And the only way to stop this is to actually reduce the acid production in the stomach. And that you have managed to do that with the PPIs, the Losec and Nexium, but you have reached approximately 50% of what you actually need, especially for the severe patients. And with our drug, we now see the opportunity to actually deliver 100% acid control for these patients. So that is what we're going to talk about today. The company, the organization is very much based on the legacy from AstraZeneca. Either we have been part of the development of the proton pumps inhibitor or the commercialization of them globally. And also the substance originally is developed from Astra and AstraZeneca. But we have further developed it into a special prodrug, which actually prolong the duration and actually make it possible to optimize the acid control over 24 hours. And when we're talking about 24 hours, that is the key to success to heal patients with severe E-GERD, who has more or less an open wall between the stomach and the esophagus. So each time you have acid production, this acid content comes up in the esophagus and cause erosions and symptoms. And the correlation, if you turn off that acid production, you know that you will heal these patients. And that's the reason why we have focused so much on that. We are the only one, thanks to this product, that actually can deliver 24-hour acid control. And that in contrast to what we see with the PPIs and also the first generation of PCABs that has been launched mainly in Asia and specifically in Japan, but also now approved. The first PCAB generation is approved now in US since Christmas, just before Christmas, and will be launched by a company called Phathom Pharmaceuticals. But these first generation cannot deliver the 24-hour acid control. Just give you some example how it could look like when it comes to acid control. In the bottom here, you see the 24 hours. And then to the left, you see the pH, and you want to reach pH 4 and above that. And the longer time you are above, the better it is for the patients. And this is Losec, omeprazole, having 50% acid control over the 24 hours. 12 years after Losec came to the market, Astra launched Nexium with this incremental acid control, approximately 10% units better. And that was enough to reach market leadership and become one of the most sold drugs in the world, $7 billion US in peak annual sales. And now, as I mentioned, we have come beyond the PPIs and the PCABs entering the market in Asia, and specifically in Japan, where we have seen Takeda launch the first PCAB, vonoprazan, in Japan. And you can see here, they have also an incremental benefit when it comes to acid control compared to the PPIs. And thanks to this, they have now become the market leader in Japan, the most sold drug in Japan in the end of 2021, with close to $1 billion US in annual sales, only in Japan. But also here you can see they are dropping quite significantly in the second part of the 24 hours, and this is not the perfect curve for a severe EGERD patients. Our curve, though, looks like this. We reach pH 4 within 90 minutes, and we stay there the rest of the 24 hours period. And this is a great curve for a severe ill patient. And if you compare these two substances, linaprazan glurate, the green one, versus the blue one, vonoprazan, you can see that differ quite many hours nighttime here. And this is where we will have the battle in the future. You can see each hour you can save from having this acid production for the patient. That is of high value. You can, I mean, if you... So that will be important for the future to heal these patients. And also, if you compare this with the other PCABs that are developed in Asia, you can see that they have the same pattern as the vonoprazan here. The yellow and black one is the label, is the approved doses that you have in Asia, and the blue one is vonoprazan, is the approved doses for both in Asia but also in US. And they have one thing in common: the effect duration is too short, and actually, if you want to compensate that short effect duration, you need to increase the doses, and then you could run into side effects, which is the issue here. And now they are stuck with these doses then, obviously. And that is definitely in contrast to what we see with ours. And that, of course, will give us some clinical benefits in healing. Healing is the end point, the goal with these patients. You want to heal them, otherwise you could reach other complications like cancer in the long term. And the severe patient in our phase 2 study, the C and D patients that do have the greatest erosions, with the best cohort in this dose-finding study, we reached almost 90% healing of these patients already in 4 weeks, and compared to the standard of 8 weeks. And that should be and also we had an active comparator in lansoprazole, which is an ordinary PPI like omeprazole or Nexium. They had approximately a little bit less than 40% healing of these patients. So you can see the effect difference is almost a little bit more than 50% units, and that is fantastic, I would say. And we also wanted to quality check the comparator here, Lanso. So we actually investigated quite a lot what NICE, the British authorities, have done systematic reviews in this area. And their conclusion is that the lansoprazole should be approximately about 43% in healing. So you can see we are in the same range as for the PPIs also in our study. So it looks it looks very promising. And also, if you looked at this in a comparison with the main competitor in the future, vonoprazan, which I mentioned, they also have used the same comparator, lansoprazole, and their effect difference, as you can see here, is approximately after 2 and 8 weeks, 18 to 20%. And that is not bad, but in contrast to our 52% is a huge difference. And this signals something about the potency in our drug and what we do, and thanks to this acid control, what you can actually deliver here. So, yes. Yep. Yes. No. As you said, 650 patients. We're talking about million patients that will take the drugs, the pharmaceuticals. Absolutely, they have the objectives. But what you see here is that, I mean, as you saw now, in Japan, for instance, I mean, we are talking about one drug selling for $1 billion. So pharmaceuticals will always be the first line treatment before surgery. Of course, you can combine, but you will always test pharmaceutical first. And I'm not saying that implanting it could be a solution for some patients, but it will not be the volumes like you're talking about when it comes to pharmaceuticals. Just talking about the development we have done and the second generation we have now established, thanks to the prodrug, which is unique, and that gives us the opportunity to deliver this unique acid control close to 100%, which no one has done before, and that is, I mean, what everyone is aiming for, to reach as good acid control as possible, because everyone knows that is the that matter to heal these patients. So therefore we think, and what we already now see in the phase 2, that we will have extraordinary good healing effect on the severe patient, and we will estimate that we will do it in the half time compared to standard, and that we will have superiority claims in healing versus PPIs and in symptom relief. So that is how we're going to differentiate this, and that is, of course, that we are working now for the phase 3 study. Just short about the population. Even though you niche the patient into the most severe patients, in the eGERD segment, we're talking about 10 million patients in Europe and US. And we are talking about price levels in US. And now we have a benchmark in vonoprazan in US, where if we put ourselves in parity with them, even though we have a better drug, we're talking about approximately $1,200 per healing cycle. And these patients are healed approximately 1 to 2 cycles per year. And then you can start calculate this. This only in US is a blockbuster potential. Commercially, we will have this laser focus on the severe patients, gives us also a specialty pharma strategy, so we can actually, because the specialists are the one that treating these severe patients, so you can have a more of a specialist sales force, and that gives us good optionality, either working together with specialty pharma GI specialists in both in Europe and US, but also there are some big pharma that's focusing on gastroenterology as well. Third option is that we do it ourselves, of course. That is an option as well. So that focus gives us good opportunities. We have now an approval to start up the phase 3 study in US. We have had the end of phase 2 meeting with FDA, and we have a roadmap how we will get this approved by FDA. And the first study of the phase 3, we're going to do 2 of them, will be initiated early next year with first patient in, approximately 12 months before we can have the first readout from the first healing study. And that is, of course, of importance of a milestone. And then based on that, we will, I mean, our ambition is to go together with the partners to starting up also the second phase 3 study. We will have many news coming up. In meanwhile, not only clinical studies, we are business development is ongoing, and we have interest, actually, I would say, from everywhere in the world. So that will happen. We have a Chinese partner already. They are a little bit ahead of us, and hopefully we will have an approval in China in the end of this year, and the launch thereafter. So many interesting things will happen. We have a good IP and data exclusivity, at least 10 years in US and Europe from approval of the drug. So that is the minimum, and then of course we have patents, alternatives also supporting it even further. So I think I stop there for questions.
Mm-hmm. That was my microphone, sorry. So first of all, Krista, thank you very much for this very nice presentation. And to start with, I would like to ask a question about what you mentioned now towards the end of your presentation, about the near-term milestones that you will see upcoming in the next 1 to 2 years, and before you will have your first top-line data readout from your first phase 3 study. So which triggers do you foresee for the company?
I mean, can go back to the timeline. I think, of course, the trigger will be starting up the studies and things like that. That is, of course, important milestones. And the big one is the readout of the healing in 2026. But meanwhile, all the business development that we have now ongoing, we have interest, in Europe, in US, South America, Middle East, South Korea, Japan. As I said, but we also have ongoing work has been done over the years in China. So we have already submitted, not we, but our partner in China, they have already submitted the application, and most likely we will have an approval in the end of this year. And the partner and the sub-licensing partner we have in China is Shanghai Pharma, and they are one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in China there. So they will take care of the launch, of course, and that is very interesting to follow and a good validation of the substance. On top of that, we are going to have many medical publications. We are working quite intensively with that. We will have new patents coming up. And of course, looking into the second phase 3 study that we will initiate. I mean, that could happen that we initiated it early, and that could also be a very interesting milestone, of course. But that is, we are looking into different alternatives here. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we will be very active as a company. So we will not just sit down and wait for the result of the healing.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks. My second question relates to your phase 3 program. So you will run two phase 3 studies.
Yes.
And my question here would be, what are the which phase 3 design decisions did you take, and what are the reasons behind these decisions that you have taken together with the FDA in your end of phase 2 meetings?
Well, I mean, we will need to have two studies. We need also to fulfill the safety database of number of patients. We will have, and these two studies need to confirm each other, so to say, So the main endpoint is non-inferiority, but we will power the study so we can deliver what I just mentioned when it comes to superiority claim versus PPIs on the severe patients for healing, symptom relief, and that we should do it in 4 weeks instead of 8 weeks. So that is the main aim, to show this superiority claim, and that will be unique. No one has these kind of claims today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting. And as we have discussed, as you have mentioned also already, Pharmaceuticals in the US will be a very important peer for Cinclus. Yeah. And I would like to hear from you if you could discuss the differentiating factors between Pharm in the US, which is also listed in the US, and Cinclus in terms of commercialization approach of the drug and in terms of corporate strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, of course, Pharm, now they just recently have the product approved. They have had a little bit of a bumpy journey, though. They are in-licensed this product from Takeda with a quite high royalty payments. But the difference, what we can see, is that we will have a laser focus on the severe patients. We will have a specialty pharma approach. And what you can see in contrast to what Ferrum are doing, it seems like they are having a much broader approach, a little bit like Takeda in Japan, where they go to all patients with all severity of eGERD, but also all patients when it comes to only the symptomatic population. And that is, it could be an interesting, but that was successfully by Takeda, and that was how we did it in AstraZeneca when we launched Nexium. But I would say that is a big pharma strategy, and you need most likely to become a big pharma to manage to do that. I hope that they will manage, but I think that is the discussions that we have seen within investors. I mean, will they manage this with this kind of small company? I mean, they have built everything from the beginning. They have one product, and they have an organic growth of the organization. So that will be a challenge, of course, but it looks promising now. They are catching up, and it looks start to get. But I think that is the reason why they have so low valuation. They should have much higher valuation at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very nice. And a related question also, when it comes to the US market, how do you see a potential licensing deal or potentially a co-commercialization or a co-promotion deal? Where do you see the opportunities, and how would such a deal structure for the commercialization of linaprazan glurate in the US look like?
Yeah. Remember, I mean, we have discussions with all the specialty pharma companies in US and Europe, and we have also discussion with some of the big pharmas. But in US, we want to wait until we have this readout of the phase 3 before, because that is the real value inflection point. Rest of the world, we can have license deals before, but in US we will wait definitely, because that is the I mean, the company value here is, vast majority is from US markets. So that is something that we will look into. And then we will see, of course, how a deal look like when it comes to the US rights.
And when it comes to partnering for the commercialization, I mean, both in the US and Europe, and also the rest of the world, ex-Asia, when you look at peers, like at which kind of value range do we look at for such potential partnering deals, and how would such a deal be designed? So, like, is it a typical biotech deal, such as like upfront milestone and royalty payments?
It will be a classic setup, I would say, both down payment milestones, regulatory milestones, and sales milestones, plus a decent royalty percentage. So it will be, I mean, when it comes to this, it will be definitely like that.
Okay, nice. Great. Then thank you very much, Christoph, for coming here today. Okay. And with that, we close the presentation for today. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Jönsson, analyst here at ABG. And next up, we have the honor to welcome Erik Grohman, CEO of Awardit. And with that said, I'll leave the floor to you, Erik, and we'll come back with a short Q&A at the end of your presentation.
Thank you, Simon. The honor, of course, is all mine to be here. My name is Erik Grohman. I'm the CEO of Awardit Group since about 2.5 years ago. I joined in March 2022. And very briefly, some of you might know Awardit as a business. But Awardit is the market leader in full-scale loyalty and gift card solutions in the Nordics. And we also have a strong footprint in the German-speaking markets of Europe, what we call DACH. We cater for basically all needs that our clients might have within gift cards and loyalty offerings. So we provide strategy, conceptual advice for clients. We provide SaaS-based technical platforms to run programs. We provide operational support to actually manage the programs. And we provide also operational support in terms of fulfilling programs with products, offers, services, logistics, etc. So basically, the full ecosystem within loyalty solutions and gift card solutions. And Awardit was founded in 1999. It went public about 6.5 years ago, in December 2017. And after the IPO, the company has made 12 acquisitions, and I will show you a bit more about that later on, to build this position of being the leading provider in loyalty and gift cards. And today we have offices in Stockholm, where the headquarters are, in Gothenburg, in Copenhagen, in Hamburg, in south of Germany, in Weingarten, and in Wels in Austria. And that's a combination of offices where we have acquired businesses. And our vision with this business is to become the leader across Europe within our business segment. And as I said, it's full-scale loyalty and gift card solutions. And what we do, basically, our mission, what we love to do, is to help our clients to improve their customer satisfaction and retention and sales. So really helping our clients with their business toward end users, might it be consumers, customers, clients, employees, etc. And we have a full proprietary tech-based SaaS platform covering all these aspects that we provide services within. And we have more than 250 programs running today in the Nordics, covering more than 15 million consumers, and actually covering more than 15 million consumers across the DACH region as well. And historically, the business has seen strong organic growth, and we have been able to combine that with add-on acquisitions. So growing both organically and through acquisitions, and also adding competency and adding pieces to our sort of full-scale ecosystems from acquisitions. And what we see is that the market in Europe continues to be fragmented, and we believe that we can continue to consolidate the European market, as we have done in the Nordics, and we have begun to do across DACH as well. And just looking briefly on the timeline of the business, from the IPO in December 2017, we have made the 12 acquisitions that I mentioned, and building then the position within both gift cards and loyalty solutions, acquiring 9 businesses in the Nordics, and then acquiring the last 3 businesses in DACH, starting with Premier Direct in December 21, which is a loyalty business based in Hamburg, then continuing with Connex in February last year, which is based in Austria, in Wels, and then November last year, IPO, not IPO, we usually say IPO, in south of Germany. So now building a strong position in DACH as well. And just looking back over the past couple of years, we have some strong growth to show. The business has been growing, and last year we delivered revenues of 1.15 billion Swedish crowns. we made an EBITDA of 76 million Swedish crowns, and we had problems and challenges in our Danish subsidiary MBXP, which is a gift card business last year, which set off the EBITDA with around 20 million from one-off events and adjustments last year. But really, if you look at the underlying growth also of the business, that comes from the old business before the acquisitions. So on the right-hand side here, you can see that the yellow part is the old business before the acquisitions that we made in 21 and 23. So that has also continued to grow. And also last year, it showed a growth of 9%. And then on top of that, we have added the businesses of Inspiration Company, MBXP, Premier Direct, Connex, and IPO, here shown with blue. And in the first quarter of this year, we continued to grow. We had a revenue growth of 35%. Delivering a net revenue of 225 million SEK. So in loyalty, this is in loyalty, sorry. So here I divide it by loyalty and gift cards. In loyalty, we had a growth of 35% and delivered 225 million SEK. However, the organic growth in the first quarter this year was 0 in the loyalty business. And even though we continue to grow in the Nordic business, here we have rather strong development with our existing clients, our large existing clients, and they continue to grow even though their markets are challenging. We continue to grow with them. However, in Germany and the German-speaking markets, we have a negative growth for the first quarter compared to last year. And that's because we have a different kind of business there. It's more campaign-based. In the Nordics, we have a higher proportion of sales through long-term points-based programs. In DACH, we have a higher proportion of sales through shorter-term campaign-based loyalty campaigns, such as acquisition campaigns for new clients, etc. And those are more vulnerable to the economic times. So we have seen a challenging market in DACH and therefore negative growth in first quarter in loyalty. Also then, the acquisitions of Connex adds to the non-organic growth of the first quarter by 9.5 million SEK, as they were not organic in January this year. And also IPO adds 49 million SEK of revenues for the loyalty business, as they are not organic to the business. But organically, 0 growth, and then topping up with acquisitions. And in gift cards, we had a net revenue of 61 million SEK. So the gift card business is roughly a quarter of our business. And here we also saw a negative organic growth. So negative organic growth by -2% in the first quarter. And this is primarily due to the business of vouchers and gift cards in DACH is also rather campaign-based, where we have large clients that buy bulk stock of vouchers and gift cards. And those sales did not materialize in Q1 this year, as well as last year in Q1. However, the good news is that MBXP, our Danish subsidiary in gift cards, is back to year-on-year growth in the first quarter, and also showing profitability in the first quarter. And looking at the full business year-on-year, we had a growth of 29% on a total level. So that is 286 million SEK revenues compared to 222 last year. And here we had a non-organic contribution from Connex and IPO of 65 million SEK totally. So organically, on a total level, Q1, negative organic growth by negative 0.6%. And on a total level, including acquisitions, 29% growth of the business. And again, the Nordics is growing and doing well, but we have the challenge in DACH with the market situation and higher proportion of campaign-based sales, contributing to the total negative organic growth for the quarter. And just comparably, Supergift is our own multi-brand gift card, and that continues to go well. And we had sales comparable to last year in the first quarter as well. On an EBITDA level, we showed 25% EBITDA growth for the first quarter, delivering 8.9 million SEK compared to 7.1 million last year. And here, the quarter also had costs related to the public offer made on the business, and those costs in the first quarter were 4.9 million SEK. So adjusted for that, the EBITDA was 13.8 million SEK, and that can be compared to an adjusted EBITDA last year of 11.5. Then we adjust for the acquisition of Connex that happened last year in Q1. And just to mention, obviously, the costs related to the public offer that we took in Q1 were only costs that occurred on our side, of course, not on the bidding side. So these are costs from legal advisory, from financial advisory, and from obtaining a fairness opinion on the bid that then became public in late March. So we also then, just to mention, we had non-organic contribution on the EBITDA, which was negative for January in Connex, but positive for the quarter from IPO. So on an organic EBITDA level, we showed a negative growth. We had 3.6 million SEK compared to 7.1 million SEK last year, Q1, organically. Yes, so I hope you're all following me here. It's a lot of different numbers, of course, but you can find this presentation also, of course, on our site. This is our Q1 presentation. If you look at our organic business, again, looking at the business without the acquisitions from 21 and 23, that continues to stand strong. And we showed 8.5% growth in that business in Q1. And then adding on top of that, again, all the acquisitions coming in to that also, of course, contributed to the total growth. But it's another way to slice it and dice it. We tend to look at it as first, what is loyalty, what is gift cards? Then is what is organic, what is on top of organic. And then I also want to look at what is the core business without the acquisitions for the past years, and then what is added on top of that. So it's really to simplify for you to follow what's going on here. On a gross margin level, the gross margin over time strengthens, and we see that also in the first quarter. The Q1 gross margin was 32.7% compared to 32% last year. And here, Connex, as some of you know, comes into the business with a higher gross margin and then higher personnel costs to deliver their products. And because Connex comes in also now for the whole quarter, for the full quarter this Q1, it brings an added strength to the gross margin. And also worth mentioning that Prämie Direkt, also, even if they had challenging times in terms of the revenue numbers and the sales, they showed a stronger gross margin for the quarter. So coming out actually profitable from the quarter, which is a positive sign. Now we just also need to sell more, obviously. And then looking at the P&L, we can see that, I mean, usually, and this is the case in the first quarter as well, commodities, cost of commodities is higher, and that's due to the increase in sales, of course, and adding businesses to the mix. In other external expenses, it's worthwhile to point out that most of the changes here is coming from the addition of Connex and IPO that were not there for the full first quarter last year. And also in other costs, there are the public offer costs of 4.9 million SEK that I mentioned, to be compared with 4.4 million SEK last year. And for those of you that are interested in the cash flow of the business, we had a positive cash flow in the first quarter by 27 million SEK from the operating business. And here it might look a bit strange as we have a negative cash flow from investing activities, but that is primarily from shifting from having cash at hand to making some short-term investments in cash-like assets. So we're making investments here to balance how much cash we have at hand and what interest we can get elsewhere and what return we can have for this cash. And also in financing activities, we paid back basically part of our revolving credit facility. So we repaid 90 million of that. And that's what you can see in the financing activities here as well. And for the operating business, you can say we had a negative cash flow in the fourth quarter and now a catch up in the first quarter this year. And therefore a much higher positive cash flow this year compared to last year. And last year we had the reverse. We had a positive in Q4 and negative in Q1. And that's primarily due to adding IPO and other businesses to the mix as well, that we see a shift in how the operating cash flow compares to last year. But the way we should see it, in my view, is Q4 and Q1 combined in terms of operating cash flow. And if you want to look at a cash position, in my view, to make that comparable, we should look at also including the payback we did of the loans of the revolving credit facility. And we should also look at the cash-like items that we have invested in. So the way I calculate it, our cash position end of Q1 is around 309 million SEK, which is a strong, of course, cash and cash-like position. So to summarize, the business is growing organically. I think we will meet some tougher numbers mid this year, as we had growth last year from extraordinary events, primarily connected to SAS Eurobonus development last year. But still, the organic business continues to grow in Q1, and I believe we should be able to continue to grow organically also for the rest of the year. Also, we are seeing that our strong position in DACH pays off. We are in good dialogue with many clients, and we are reaching wider than ever before. We're also working on synergies across the business units that we have acquired in DACH. So really high potential to continue and come back to growth in DACH, and also look at potential additional acquisitions in the area as well. We also are working on cost savings and synergies across the group. We announced last year we're looking to save 15 to 20 million SEK on cost synergies, and we are on track to achieve that. However, most of those will be balanced and offset by other investments and partly by inflation, but still what we set out to do to save the 15 to 20, we will achieve. Also, we see a strong potential to launch our own private label products across markets and really accelerate our portfolio of those. We have launched the Super Gift product in DACH. It's called Super Gutschein, of course, there. And we also have the potential to launch products like the hotel vouchers that are highly profitable and only existing in DACH today in the Nordics, etc. So huge potential to drive those kind of business-like synergies as well. We also see a steady flow of new clients. Primarily, we see it now in the gift cards segment, but we also are in negotiations and discussions with clients on the loyalty side. So I still have a strong belief we will be able to sign new clients onto our loyalty platforms this year as well. We're also looking at additional value-creating acquisitions. We have a pipeline of interesting acquisitions, both in existing markets and potentially new markets. So I believe we can continue to grow, not only organically, but also looking at future acquisitions. Maybe worth mentioning, we have done an internal audit last year. We put down quite a lot of work in cleaning out the MBXP business, and that is now done. And the business is on track as far as this year goes. So that's also a good sign, and we can focus on other things while also driving profitable growth in MBXP. And our vision is, of course, to continue on our path to become the European leader in the gift cards and loyalty industry. All right. So with that, I hand over to any questions from the crowd or from Simon.
Thank you, Eric. I want to start off with maybe giving some more flavor on the Nordic operations, or the core operations as you refer them to, which you said is still performing well, still growing.
Yep.
So I mean, can you talk a bit about the growth from new clients compared to the existing clients, basically? So existing programs.
Yes. So basically, if you divide our Nordic business into two, you have the gift card business and the loyalty business. And in the core there, I mean, in the Swedish gift card business of processing gift cards for clients across the retail industry, we grow mainly by adding new clients to our platform. I mean, we do have growth still with some of our clients. We activate the clients. We grow through integrating gift cards closer into their core business. But then we add also about 10 to 12 new clients of different kind every year. And that is a high profitable growth because we don't add costs to our platforms or operations when adding these clients to the platform. In the loyalty business, on the other hand, we grow mainly with our existing clients today. I mean, historically, we have also shown organic growth from adding new clients to the platform. But for the past year, we have added rather few clients to our Nordic loyalty business. And the main share of the growth therefore comes from working with our existing large clients to continue to grow with them. And some of them have been clients with us for a very long time, and we still continue to grow. From adding new partnerships and new ways of earning points into the programs, from activating new ways of engaging the users of the programs, from activating more client segments in the programs, running better and more effective campaigns, adding value both to us, to the users in the programs, and to our clients. So most of that growth is coming from existing clients. And then we are on a hunt, of course, to add new clients to the platforms.
Thank you. Turning to DACH. It has been under pressure for some time now.
Yeah.
You talked about it. Germany specifically, I think.
Yes.
So when do you think that you can see sort of the light in the end of the tunnel?
So, I mean, I believe that on a total level, we should be able to grow in DACH this year compared to last year. And then it's a bit different across business segments, because we still see that the campaign-based loyalty sales is under pressure. So that needs to be offset by growth in other areas. I believe we will be able to grow within gift cards and vouchers, which is a rather large share of the profitability in Connex. And I believe we will be able to grow in the more points-based long-term loyalty program business. And that's primarily the business also of Connex, but also of IPO and partly of Premia. But I think we will not see growth in the campaign-based business this year, but it will be back on track end of the year, and may hopefully starting to grow next year.
All right, thank you. And in regards to the current bidding process for a company, I read in the media that your new largest owner have hinted that they want to see higher investments here. or reinvestments in the business. So can you share just some light of what kind of increased investments we might see here?
No, I don't think so, actually, because I think you have to ask them about that, because it's their statement, and I don't want to sort of put any words into their mouth. But I mean, in my view, of course, there are investments for the future that are really interesting in terms of new M&A opportunities. There are potential larger acquisitions to look for, of course, to continue the growth path that we're on. And I think also, I mean, we are seeing, in my view, that we're also catching up on where we are in terms of the tech platforms and synergies across platforms, also in the people structures. So obviously, to take the next steps there, I think we can be able to become even stronger and even better, realize synergies across different tech platforms, etc. But also to get there, we need to make some investments, of course. So that's my view of the business, and I think that's the direction of travel for sure. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all we have time for. So thank you, Eric, and thank you, the audience, as well, for tuning in.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ABG Investor Days. My name is Alexander Krämer. I'm a biopharma equity analyst here at ABG. Today, I have the pleasure to host Gunnar Olsson, the CEO of IRLAB Therapeutics. Welcome, Gunnar, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to present an update of IRLAB Therapeutics. And I say this since we've had such a formidable progress in our portfolio during this year. But short introduction about IRLAB. What is it all about? Well, we are striving to improve the lives of individuals with Parkinson's and other serious neurodegenerative diseases. And we're doing this by developing new medicines. Why are we doing this? Well, today there is some 11 million people living with Parkinson. It's a very rapidly increasing, so in the next 15-20 years there will be a doubling of individuals. It is a serious and lifelong disease, and it progresses over time. And today, for many of the symptoms and complications, there are actually no treatments available. So it's a huge unmet medical need. How are we doing this? Well, we have cutting-edge competence. Since the research team in the company, that's the team that worked around Professor Arvid Carlsson, who received the Nobel Prize for his studies in Parkinson's disease. The team has developed a unique platform to discover new candidate drugs, CDs. And that gives us actually a higher likelihood of success compared to industry standard. And in the long run, this of course will lead to lower cost per successful new medicine. Our strategy is very simple. We are addressing all stages of Parkinson's disease and other CNS disorders driven by a high unmet medical need. We're using our ISP platform to discover new molecules. It gives us true innovation. We only have first-in-class drugs. And that, of course, drives a very strong IP position. And, as I mentioned, we have a higher success rate than when we compare to industry standard. We're taking our candidate drugs from discovery into development, and we drive them in development until we have a clinical proof of concept. And then we look out and we're seeking partnering to take the product into phase 3 and then, of course, commercialization. So with Parkinson, I want to start by using this cartoon showing the progress of the disease. You see at the mid, down, the 0, that's when the diagnosis is set. And that is because of 3 very typical symptoms. It's the tremor, it is rigidity when you try to move passively an arm, it is rigidity. And it is slow and small movements. You call that bradykinesia. From there, you see a massive increase of symptoms, more motor symptoms, and also addition of psychiatric symptoms. And this is the area where we are active. So our most advanced compound, mesdopetam, we are focusing with the first indication on dyskinesia. But it could also be used in other areas, for instance, psychosis. We have Pirepmat aiming at balance disturbances and risk of falling. We have 757 for apathy. We have 942 for improvement of cognitive dysfunction. And last but not least, 1117 for the traditional key symptoms in Parkinson. And we believe that this compound has the potential to completely displace levodopa, the standard treatment of Parkinson today. So some words about our compounds. But before that, the portfolio. And I should remind you that all these projects, they have been developed and discovered through our ISP platform. So the most advanced project, that is mesdopetam, where the lead indication is treatment of levodopa-induced dyskinesia. And that is a special complication of levodopa. 25 to 40% will have it after 5 years of levodopa. And what does it is? Well, I tried to demonstrate it. It is involuntary movements. Suddenly an arm is flying, or the other arm, or a leg, or the head is moving. And unfortunately, there is very little to offer these patients. In the United States, there is one drug available, but unfortunately, it has a very bad tolerability profile, so most of the patients don't tolerate it. We are here now to start phase 3 with this program. The second compound, pirepemat, that is to prevent people from falling with the risk of really getting injuries. That is now in phase 2B, and we anticipate to have end of recruitment phase of this study by Q3 this year. We have 757, our drug against apathy that is now in phase 1. And then 2 preclinical projects, the 942 for cognitive impairment and the 1117 for the cardinal symptoms, both of these drugs moving forward to get phase 1 ready and start of phase 1 next year. So I mentioned that we have had a tremendous start of the year. And here, a very brief summary of the 4 key events. 2 weeks back, we signed a deal with MSRD, a company within the Otsuka group. And that gives us now funding of the 757 molecule all the way through the clinical proof of concept. And that is really great to us. I'll come back to that later on. We had in February a successful meeting with the FDA where we had full alignment on how the phase 3 program should be designed for mesdopetam. Thirdly, we have looked at the ongoing study with pirepemat, and we've seen that we actually have better statistical power than we anticipated when we designed the trial. And we have now agreed with all the regulatory authorities in Europe that we actually can reduce the sample size for the trial with about 25% and still have the ability to detect a treatment effect. And last but not least, we had regulatory approval early this month for 757 to enter clinical testing. And actually, 2.5 weeks later, we have now individuals taking our drug. So we are now in phase 1 with this compound. I will now talk to you a little bit about the individual compounds and give highlights. And we start at the bottom with the 757 and the quite dramatic and positive development we've seen. But first about apathy. It is something that affects a large number of individuals. And there is very little to offer them as treatment. People estimate that about 10 million people in the United States and as many in Europe has problem with apathy. And you see to the right on this slide that apathy is really there in most of neurodegenerative diseases. And we look at the 2 biggest diseases. In Parkinson, there is a range of 20 to 7% in the reports stating that people suffer from apathy. And for Alzheimer, it is 20 to 90%. So it's a huge potential and a very large unmet medical need. Some words about this new collaboration agreement that we struck with MSRD. The aim here is really to take this compound all the way through clinical proof of concept in 2 populations, Parkinson as well as Alzheimer's disease. We have a joint steering committee that oversees everything. But we've also divided things between ourselves. And for IRLAB, we will receive an upfront payment as well as activity-based milestones totaling $8.5 million. We, in IRLAB, we will execute all the activities that are in this development segment, and we will retain the full ownership and all IP for the product. Whereas MSRD, in addition to paying the milestone and the upfront, they will also fund all the development activities all the way through the clinical proof of concept. As a company, they may want to extend the collaboration beyond proof of concept, but that is subject to new negotiations and new contract. If it is so that they don't want to move forward, well, then they will receive a low single-digit royalty on future sales. So for us, this is an extremely positive event with many positive aspects. First, of course, it brings us cash flow. And this is money that we can use to invest in other projects so that we drive the portfolio forward. But it also secures all costs for this particular project, the 757, all the way through clinical project, meaning that in this particular project, we don't carry any financial risk until proof of concept. It is, of course, a very strong validation of the belief in this molecule. And it is also validation of us as a company for what we are delivering. And when we look at the situation following this deal, our assessment is that we now have the conditions where we will be able to drive the company past two very important steps. The first one, a potential out-licensing of mesdopetam, the phase 3 program, as well as driving the PIRPMAT, the phase 2b project, to conclusion and completion of that ongoing study. We have not communicated the complete value or the total value of this deal, but just to give you a benchmark, if you have a molecule and you start phase 1 and you take it all the way to proof of concept in the clinical stage, it is about $25 million. I just wanted to depict here to you how we see this. And here you see the different phases in development of a new drug. You see the green line going upwards, and that is really the probability of success. That line, it also actually represents how you build the value in a project. And here you see the 757 molecule sitting in the early phase 1. With our previously communicated support from the Michael J. Fox Foundation, about Christmas time, we received a grant of a bit more than $2 million to take it into the first clinical study. You see that we shift to the right. And then you see the kick-in of the MSRD deal, where we are pushing it further to the right, but importantly, we actually kick it upwards, meaning that we have a very good value creation in this. And that means that when we are to discuss out-licensing of this compound, we actually can do that on the basis of clinical data and not just preclinical data as we've had in the past. So a very positive development for us. So what has happened now? As I mentioned, we had a regulatory approval to start the clinical activities. And actually, yesterday, we started to dose individuals with the molecule, and everything looks good so far. And we anticipate that this initial study will be ready by end of the year. Jumping now to the second compound, the most advanced, mesdopetam. And I want you to just focus on the lid population, that's the mid box. We anticipate 1.5 to 2.5 million individuals that would be helped of this type of drug. So it is, again, a huge unmet medical need since there is no good available treatments available. We reported last year the phase 2b, the dose-finding study results, and I won't go into all the details. I'll just state that to the left you see a so-called intention to treat analysis, and to the right you see a per protocol analysis, and that is really what people really took. And since we want to establish a dose response, we really are interested in the per protocol analysis. So in brief, what we see: a clear dose-dependent antidyskinetic effect, a clear dose-dependent anti-Parkinsonian effect, and then we had a tolerability that was on par with a placebo. So an extremely good profile for the product. Since then, we have had preparation work to go to the FDA and discuss a phase 3 program. And as I mentioned, in February, we had a very good interaction. We now have full alignment on the phase 3 program design, and we have an alignment on all the way up to NDA filing. And that is when you submit a file to seek approval to get onto the market. In parallel, we are driving a very intensive business development activities to find a partner. So, mesdopetam, very clear effects, very good tolerability, easy to dose, and an IP. We will have exclusivity all the way up into the early 2040s. And if everything goes and we get a partner and the partners agree, we could have a possibility of starting phase 3 by year end. Some words about pirepemat, our drug that prevents people from falling. The reason people fall, that is, with the disease progress, you see a cognitive impairment, and that means bad balance. And when you have impaired balance, you fall. And when you fall, it's injurious, and injurious means cost for the patient and cost for society. You see in the numbers to the right, that is an estimate of individuals that could be helped of this type of therapy. And we know that about 1 in 2, so 50% roughly, falls recurrently. And despite this tremendous need, there is no treatment available whatsoever. When you talk to a patient with Parkinson and ask what is the most worth thing that bothers you, they will say, the risk of fall. I can't predict it, it just happened, I go down to the floor. And I sometimes hurt myself, sometimes I'm more lucky not hurting myself. So there is a tremendous unmet medical need. I want to share with you just some data from our previous study, the phase 2A study. As you see to the left, we had quite a marked effect on what is called postural dysfunction, and that is balance problems. And that could then be turned into, and I go clockwise on the right, you see a very marked improvement in the balance. You see a marked reduction in fall rates. You see, we also detected that they had also a positive effect on apathy. And to me, very, very important, bottom to the right, we saw that the caregiver distress went down. So a positive effect actually also translated to relatives taking care of the patient. We are now running a standard dose-finding study, and the study is ongoing. We're running it in Europe. We initially had a sample size that you see here, but after we now have a pretty good recruitment rate, we have actually looked at how does these individuals look like at the baseline? And we have observed the patient then for a month, and we actually see that the fall rate is much higher than we anticipated. And the fall rate is very stable with little variability over that month. And that is what was driving us to have this interaction with regulatory authorities, resulting in the ability to actually reduce the sample size with about 1/4. And still having the possibility and statistical power to detect an effect. Some final words on our preclinical compounds. The 942, it's cognitive impairment, so dementia, loss of memory, etc., etc. And to the right, 1117, the cardinal symptoms of Parkinson. It will be much simpler to dose than present levodopa. It will be at least as effective as present levodopa, but it will not have all the complications that you see after chronic treatment with levodopa. Very large addressable populations. And just a final word on 1117. We believe that with this profile, it is definitely the possibility that we will see a replacement of levodopa to 1117 in the future. We've now talked about individual projects, and let us now just bring it back to the portfolio and then look ahead. Over the next 18 months, I think that we will have as exciting period as the one we've had over the last couple of months. And I say that because we will have mesdopetam, where business development activities hopefully gets into closure, and that will mean that we can initiate the phase 3 program. For PIRPMAT, it will be completion of the dose-finding study, starting business development activities, and then move into phase 3. For 757, complete the just started phase 1 study, and we will, in this time period, most likely also be able to start the first patient study. And for the preclinical projects, bring them to phase 1 and get the phase 1 studies initiated. So, this is IRLAB, and I hope you have felt that we are dealing with pioneering biology, and we have a fantastic ISP platform to generate new candidate drugs. A very focused strategy, and we have a validated business model, taking ideas to getting molecules to clinical proof of concept, and then doing deals. We have a broad, and I would actually say a world-leading portfolio in Parkinson, and it is an organization positioned to success. So with that, I am pleased to open up for a question and answer session.
Mm-hmm. Good, thank you very much, Gunnar, for this very nice presentation. And in the sake of time, unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we'll have just 1 or 2 questions. My first question, which I received actually from an investor, it relates to your lead program, mesdopetam. There has been a readout from Cerevel Therapeutics in the US recently about in a phase 3 trial, the Tempo 3 trial, where they showed an increase in on time without troublesome dyskinesia with the drug tavapadone. Could you elaborate and explain a little bit what this means for IRLAB?
I don't think that it means so much, because they are actually not studying dyskinesia that we are looking for here. Mm-hmm. What they are doing very similar to traditional COMT inhibitors, for instance, and they are reducing off time, meaning that you get more good on time. Mm-hmm. But they are not affecting the dyskinesia per se. If you are to measure dyskinesia, you need to use the scale UDysRS 1 3, and 4. That's what we have in our studies and where we show a very clear effect. That has not been measured in that study. So we're actually getting to the problem from different areas, and therefore I don't think that they will compete. They could potentially be complementary, but not competing.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And a very quick question, maybe in the end. It's about the nice deal that you have made with MSRD, part of Otsuka. Could you elaborate a little bit which expertise, which experience Otsuka and MSRD bring into this deal?
As you know, Otsuka is a company which has 2 therapeutic focuses, foci. The first one is renal disease, and the second one is neuropsychiatric disease. And of course, we are very pleased to work with the MSRD part of Otsuka, because they will bring to us a lot of competence in the neuropsychiatric symptoms that we are to treat with the 757 compound. So I think it's a very complementary group. Even if we are the one executing the trials, of course we will have in the joint steering committee discussions about the designs and how to best drive the development in the most efficient way.
Okay, thank you very much, Gunnar, for today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And with this, I end this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ABG Investor Days. My name is Alexander Krämer. I'm a biopharma equity analyst here at ABG. Today, I have the pleasure to host Björn Svanström, the CFO of Nanexa. Björn, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm the CFO of Nanexa AB, a biotech or drug development company based in Uppsala, Sweden. So I will give you a view of general put Nanexa into the general concept or context, and go a little bit deeper into various parts like the technology, our projects, the market development, and our collaborations, and some important milestones going forward. So we are in the field of long-acting injectables, and we truly believe that we have a potential to be a leading actor in the drug development of long-acting injectables, and we have this PharmaShell technology based on atomic layer deposition that we base this development on. So a little bit in general now about depot drugs. It says PharmaShell, but this goes for depot drugs in general, actually. So as a concept, we replace the peaks and troughs of drugs that are given daily or with other periodicity, but with a long-acting formulation, taking or creating very many benefits for many stakeholders. We have the patient, where it increases convenience, of course, to just take one injection, for instance, in a month, instead of various injections or capsules or pills. That reduces maybe the side effects also, since we can avoid the very toxic peaks that comes with certain drugs. And for the healthcare system, this creates a lot of benefits as well. We have the greater adherence to treatment. If you get the shot once a month, you avoid missing the pills or so that you give yourself, or injections for that sake. And that, of course, makes it more efficient for the payers. We get fewer patients going to the hospitals for treatment, and also the drug itself becomes cheaper. And of course, the sustainability part, which is actually very important. For instance, in the diabetes field, where the production volumes are enormous, it creates a lot of waste and potentially also contaminations from the drugs. This is a little bit about the long-acting injectables part of the depot drugs. It grows both in terms of the technology as such, where we now show the projected license deals, volumes, and revenue from royalties in this field of long-acting injectables. And then we see also that the underlying market will grow quite substantially with an aging population. So the strategy now, we work with already existing drugs on the market. So they're actually tested in humans, and well, they're sold to humans, and they work. And this creates a lot of reduced risk and time to market, which this slide shows. We have, well, less than half the time to market, you can say, compared to a new drug substance, and a third of the risk or 3 times greater likelihood, I should say, to succeed, to reach the market. And this is a little bit about our business and revenue model. We work both with our own projects, where we take these already approved drugs and reformulate them. For instance, now we have the NEX-22 with liraglutide, the GLP-1 used for type 2 diabetes, and that one we develop ourselves, and then typically we would license it after a phase 1B to a partner. But there's of course, if we have the resources, possibilities to drive the project all the way to the market. And then we have the partner projects side of the business, where we take or we offer our technology to partners to test with their substances, and they can do the development themselves, and we sell technology licenses. Right now, we're getting evaluation fees from a lot of big pharma companies to do this, and are in the process to sign our first real development or license deals with such companies. So just briefly about our technology then, what is PharmaShell and ALD? Or I won't go deeper into the ALD, but it's based on atomic layer deposition. So we build, as we say, a nearly perfect coatings around the pharmaceutical particles. So in order to make this slow release, these very thin, atomic layer thin, it's nanometers, as you see, and this pictures, the photo there shows the very, very complete shell around the particle. And then when we inject this into the under the skin, for instance, this depot will slowly release, which well, these shells are made of inorganic materials that dissolves over time in the body. So that's how we do this drug, or long-acting drug. It has a lot of quite unique, actually, features, and we can be very precise in formula or building the shells adjusted to the exact depot length that we want. We can, or we have in all our projects, since the shell is so thin in relation to the particle, we have a very high drug load. This is important when you want to do a depot that you inject. You don't want the high volumes, and therefore it's important that the material itself doesn't have a high proportion of what we inject. And it's versatile. We have proved that we can work with almost any kind of substance, from small molecules to biologics like peptides and monoclonal antibodies. And what is really important also, that this closed coating or shell around the particle, it protects the pharmaceutical particles in quite a unique way, actually. So it doesn't, we don't get a high release in the beginning, which is really important if you inject a large volume. We have our own site also for GMP production. This creates a lot of flexibility and efficiency in the development. It's quite a big investment that we made, and but it's an enabler, really, for our own projects to run them efficiently, but also it's very important in relation to the big pharma partners that we have, to show that we can actually move the projects into clinics. So we have the GMP certificate for producing clinical material. Last inspection was just recently, and we have also the possibility to do aseptic production, actually. So our projects. First, a little summary what we have achieved during 2023. It's quite a lot, actually. We have coated 11 different APIs with PharmaShell. We have made over 70 ALD batches. We performed 1 clinical study last year in the Next 20 project. And we have done 14 preclinical animal studies, half of which were our own projects, Next 20 and Next 22, and also partner projects, which they run themselves, by the way. And this up to the right, it shows that we have worked a lot with biologics like peptides and monoclonals. These are 3 projects. Next 22, our latest, focuses on type 2 diabetes and potentially obesity as well. And we have the 2 Next 20 and Next 18 as well. They are in the blood cancer field. Next 20 for multiple myeloma, and next 18 for MDS, myelodysplastic syndrome. They have all now been through all these phases of development, and next 22 is just about to enter clinical phase 1. We have learned a lot from the next 20 and next 18, but for for resource reasons really, and also the extreme potential of the next 22 project, we are focusing entirely on that right now. But we have learned a lot, as I said, through all these phases around the pharmacogenetic profile, but also safety and tolerability. So this is the next 22, a 1-month depot of the GLP-1 liraglutide. We are aiming at increased convenience, obviously, for the patients to take just 1 shot instead of 30 per month. And we are increasing adherence, which will in turn increase the effect of the treatment, because they don't always take their medication as they should, the patients. And yeah, it's going to be a great product, which is also very much demanded by the market, as we know. The study design, I won't go into the details, but they get 1 shot, and we study the PK samples during a month, or a little bit more than a month. And it's a dose escalation study. We'll start at lower doses and increase gradually. And it will be run during this second half of starting now, and during the second half of 24. So we will get results this year. This is just to see that how the development has gone during the year in animal studies, how we tweak the formulations between the different studies to get the better profile at the end. That you see that the less difference between the peaks and troughs, or the peak and the steady state level, which is good. And we've reached a formulation that is good enough to take into clinic. This is one part of what shows between our different projects the dose levels, which is important to administer a subcutaneous drug. Is of course good, or it's quite logic that it's good to have a smaller volume. So we think that the next 22 is in relation to the others very attractive in that sense. And then we have also seen that azacitidine for next 18, for instance, that's a cytotoxic, and it's known to give skin reactions. So with the depot, we got a little bit too much, but we learned a lot from that, and we have also developed methods to avoid it going forward. And this one it's very interesting to see then in the same perspective how other drugs in the same field, like semaglutide, Ozempic, or Trulicity from Eli Lilly, the volumes that they are even lower. And we think that by showing with Next 22 that we can do this, it unlocks a tremendous potential to do the same with these kinds of drugs that are they're exploding right now. I'll come back to that. Just now, actually. So this is the development forecast for type 2 diabetes in the 9 largest markets in the world. These, you can see that it will reach enormous levels in just a few years. It's great already, as you see in the results of Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. But here's the obesity market, same perspective, even higher growth from a lower level. This is a combination which is just now very recent data from May this year, or data is forecast. But anyway, it shows the combination in the 7 7 major markets, and all the different drugs, which is now dominated in 23 and the next few years by the 4 substances from Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, but some others will come and take part of the market, but it's plenty for many. So we have, but we can see, comparing these numbers from the last 2 graphs, just a little more than a year ago, where those projections were made, this total market, for instance, in 29 has grown from 60 roughly, or 67 to over 80 or close to $90 billion. So the forecasts are increasing dramatically over time here. We have the partner project with Novo Nordisk, but also a few others, quite a few others actually, but they are developing in different pace, and we don't know where they will end, but we see that the interest is really more serious from the companies that we work with now than it was a few years ago. So Novo signed an agreement with us a couple of years, 1.5 years ago, it is now, December 22. And they have also signed an exclusivity for a certain drug substance class, and they invested also in the company. So they are now the largest owner. The project is it's a normal evaluation project. We get their substance, we code it with PharmaShell. We test it in vitro in the lab, do some tweaks and send it to them. They do some animal studies, preclinical studies, and it goes back and forth until we reach a formulation that works well enough in animals to take the next step into clinical phase. So that's what we're doing now. They've already run the first preclinical study, and a few more are coming. So we expect to have, we haven't communicated exactly how long their exclusivity is, but it is basically within this time frame. So we will, and it also includes an option for them to negotiate the license for a continuation. An overview of the different collaborations we have. We have all the types of substances. We have peptides, which is then like the liraglutide, our own, but we also have them with partners. We have worked quite a lot with monoclonal antibodies, which is extremely interesting field, creates a lot of interest among the partners. And we have a lot of small molecules tested as well. None of them have gone into GMP and clinical studies, but we hope they will soon. In terms of this business development, then we are talking with almost, I mean, maybe not all, but most of these guys, and we have ongoing projects and discussions with quite a few of them, which is very good, but they're also very big companies, and it may take some time, the processes in some cases. This is a flavor of what a Next 22 deal could be. This is done almost 2 years ago, but so I don't know if we think it's quite modest, but anyway, there's quite substantial values in this project, with an estimate of 5% market share for this product in the market, excluding tersopatide, as it says there. we see a total deal value of $300 million for this. It's not done by ourselves, by the way. It's done by Explico, a Danish research firm. But it shows that there are big values involved for us, and it's not that far away. We think that we can start serious discussions already after phase 1, actually, with this one. Yeah, this is just a... You can you can speculate of what a market share we could reach, but 5% is quite modest if we come up with the first 1 month depot, for instance. We don't even have to be the first. We think we can have a really good product that takes quite a lot of the market. So for the financial plan then, we have, as I said, this is summary. We have the next 22, which are total focus among our own projects right now. The other ones are on hold, as I said, due to some tactical prioritization, we can say, because we have to focus. We're a small company with limited resources. We have the Novo Nordisk project, which will run during this project, during this time. And we have several other collaborations that may go into development or license agreement during this period. We got 75 million rights issue in place last fall, which we expect will bring us somewhere, until Q2 next year. We think that there is some substantial potential to reach some larger revenue deals within this period as well, which could significantly contribute to the financing. So the most significant milestones going forward would be, of course, the next 22 project, the first clinical study, and the continuation of that. If we go into a phase 1B study during 2025, we have the Novo Nordisk evaluation, of course, and all the other ongoing feasibility studies with big pharma. And we also have, we have to prioritize, but there's big interest to do new evaluation projects, which we, by the way, get more and more revenue from. I mean, the interest has been growing, and the potential revenue from also the evaluation has gone up, as our revenues show. That's all I had to say now, so I leave over to questions.
Okay. Thank you, Björn, for this very nice presentation. And basically, I have 2 questions. As we have learned today, I mean, you have a very nice, very big, very exploding business opportunity within the metabolic disease space. And I've also attended your CMD, which you just held in early May. And my question would be regarding your partner projects that you're running. I saw that there's quite many projects within the monoclonal antibody space, which is also a very interesting commercial opportunity. Yes. As we know that as of today, many monoclonal antibodies are blockbusters. And there's also a difficulty of monoclonal antibodies. You cannot give them as a pill. And here my question would be, like, in which business areas, in which disease areas do you see the best opportunities when it comes to monoclonal antibodies?
Oh yeah, I think David would have been much better but they're very different ones that we have talked to. One of them is actually a model substance that we test first, and then so we don't know exactly what they want to do, or they haven't communicated, and that's quite often the case actually also with the partners, that they're very secretive to start with what they want to do. Yeah, as you know, they're used in many different fields. And
what I also heard before is that monoclonal antibodies, your technology really allows to administer monoclonal antibodies, also high concentrations which you need in.
Yeah, that's
some,
quite unique actually, and we have shown in our early stage development that we can handle them, which not many other technologies can.
And my second question is more like your specialty field when it comes to the financing, and my question here would be around like how do you see the income to develop from these partner deals over the next quarters? And do you foresee that it's like a stable income so that it will carry the company forward? And like, what is your view there?
Yeah, well, it won't carry the company as such. Well, it won't cover our whole cost base, as we've seen, but we've also seen that it's been growing. We have quite a few ongoing projects that will generate revenue during the year. And we have also potential new signings for new evaluations, and of course that's what we include in the projections for the basic evaluations in the projections until Q2 next year. But if we were to sign a larger agreement with a development project with a partner, that would contribute more, of course. I can't say how much or when. It's very hard to say, but it will hopefully, it will grow a bit, I think, only based on the evaluation projects, but it could grow substantially if we manage to sign a deal.
Absolutely, and by the end of the year we will have a major trigger with the next 22, very important, and I guess this one will be like really important to trigger a potential partner deal.
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much, Björn, for coming here today, and thank you for the audience for listening in today. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very warm welcome everybody to CoinShares presentation here at ABG Investor Days. My name is Albert Mullerbrook. I work in the financials team here and I'm covering the CoinShares stock. And with me today I have the CEO of CoinShares, Jean-Marie Mognetti, on link. So very welcome, Jean-Marie, and please take it away.
Albert, thank you very much for having me, and thank you ABG team for the coverage of CoinShares. It's very much appreciated. First of all, sorry I can't be with you today. It has been a pretty hectic week with the SEC making some U-turn decisions, so I have to cancel my flight to Sweden, but I hope next time I can join in person. So let's jump into CoinShare very quickly. So Albert, if you can keep moving the slides, please. So CoinShare is Europe's leading asset manager specialized in digital assets. We started our journey, funny enough, in Stockholm, around Vaudeville, Nobis, and Rich kind of main class in 2016 when we acquired XBT Provider. And our aim is very simple, is to become a leading player in the digital asset management. So we are very much on this journey, and we're going to explain you how we're doing so. Albert, please. So, CoinShare has been pioneering digital asset investment since our inception. As I said, our background is commodity trading. We started commodity trading, my business partner, where we're trading at JP Morgan, then running a hedge fund, which was seeded by Louis Bacon, and that became the foundation basis for CoinShare. CoinShare evolved over time. We did a number of acquisitions, we met a number of milestones, a number of joint ventures, to become what is certainly the most regulated, or one of the most regulated crypto company, but also a crypto company which is able to have a very, very serious discussion with institutional players, not just with the retail market. So it's a retail-friendly outfit with a very, very strong focus on institutional adoption. Albert, please. So CoinShare key businesses is very simple to explain. It's like 3 buckets. Our asset management, which is very well known in Sweden around the brand XBT Provider. We have all the brands in Europe like CoinShare Digital Securities, or our joint venture with Invesco around the blockchain index, which is the biggest blockchain crypto equity product in the world. That's a very simple business model. We are making money based on the fees on AUM we are collecting. And then we have our capital market business. Our capital market business was born very much as a effectively necessity, out of necessity, when we acquired XBT Provider back in 2016. Our goal was to make sure the Nordic market was able to enter XBT Provider with the capacity to feel safe and that the tracking error of this product were in place and not challenged by some arbitrager. So we were there to maintain the market and make sure the market was fair for our clients. From that, we decided to grow our business bigger than just doing market making for our own product. So we started going into different activities for our proprietary account. We never really trade client asset on that front. We don't have a flow business. It's really like the company balance sheet, which is used for the capital market activity. And over time, effectively, this capital market activity become bigger and bigger. We, at some point, were one of the biggest players in that field. And we felt it was time to go back to our roots, which is asset management and hedge fund solution, by introducing a hedge fund solution division, which will feed from the capital market. So progressively, we will transfer all the non-market making liquidity provision activity from capital market into hedge fund solution. So really, business model built around 3 core thematic, 3 core buckets or vertical, which have some kind of, I would say, cross-fertilization between each other, where asset management bring a lot of ideas to the capital market. Capital market is kind of a very kind of spearheading innovation kind of laboratory at the same time to bring new product to asset management and eventually to hedge fund solutions. So all this kind of environment is very, very symbiotic to focus on making the company profitable. Albert, please. So, CoinShare, as I just say, is a very profitable business. It's a listed business on NASDAQ main market in Stockholm. As of March, we're managing around $6 billion of AUM. Our margins are quite robust, and we're capturing 50% of the market in Europe. We have 19 products listed. We have a strong balance sheet, but more importantly, we have a very tight team. It's only 83 full-time employees with 4 main offices and a lot of institutional grade regulation around the world, mainly in Europe and the US. We have nothing to date in Asia. The other point which is important in CoinShare ecosystem is our capacity to build strategic investments since 2018 to make sure we are securing our kind of upstream process and make sure we always have the best pricing on what we do. That's very, very much an heritage from our commodity, our physical commodities days, where big company in commodity market tend to integrate the vertical as well to make sure the supply chain is protected. Albert? So that's kind of going back to the model we're discussing before, how the model is very intertwined and how we are making money both in market which are bear market and in bull market. So we have been profitable since 2016 year on year, and that's really, really much due to this anti-fragile, to this resisting model which we have built over time. So passive asset management solution, hedge funds, which are basically management fees and staking fees based on AUM, hedge fund solution, typical hedge fund business model, management and performance fees, and then capital market. And the best way for an investor to think about capital market in terms of profitability is like, what kind of spread are we making on the volume we're trading? Or that's also a function of what kind of volatility the market is experiencing. So the taking spread and volatility give you a fair idea of like how much money we can make on capital market. Albert? So CoinShare AUM is an interesting point. We coined. I'm going to give some disclosure here, saying that we coined the sentence that AUM is not everything. We have this kind of a very strong quote internally, which is our mantra, that AUM is very much for vanity, while profitability is for sanity. So as you can see, our AUM has been growing year on year at CoinShare. What is interesting is the product mix. We used to have a very strong dependency on the asset management side on XBT provider. It's our legacy product. It was bought in 2015, so that's kind of normal. It has a long life ahead of it. However, we start progressively to introduce new franchise across the world, notably CoinShare Physical, which was our second franchise born in Europe in 2021. The Block Index, which is an acquisition we did to have a joint venture of Invesco, which is dated from 2018, and then Valkyrie, which is our new acquisition in the US as well, starting to bring meaningful AUM to the overall AUM picture of CoinShare. So a model which, to some degree, in terms of AUM, used to be concentrated, which is progressively becoming more and more less reliant on XBT provider. And that's visible as well, if you go to the next slide, Albert, in the way our profitability is growing. Since our adjusted EBITDA are becoming less and less dependent as well on just one product line or two product lines, but we keep adding more and more product line to be able to benefit of a diversification of our model. And this profitability is effectively what allows us today to be the first crypto company, the first listed crypto company to pay a dividend on a quarterly basis to our shareholders. So we paid the very first dividend at the end of Q1. It was the first one we paid, so it took a bit of time to pay it out. So it was paid early April or early May, I think, sorry. But that's something we are planning to do now on a quarterly basis based on the result of the previous year. So a very kind of innovative thing, not so much in terms of dividend payment, but more in terms of like the industry we are in. It doesn't mean CoinShare is bored and don't have any more idea to grow. It just means CoinShare is a strong company, and we want to make sure our shareholders benefit from us being a strong company and keep operating on the basis that we are maximizing every dollar we have on our balance sheet for the benefit of our shareholder. Albert? That's kind of like a very interesting point. That's a powerful margin. And CoinShare Q1 report just came out, and what it highlighted was our best quarter in our history. It was also some of our best margin in our history. We're talking margin, north of 75%. I was joking with the team at ABG saying we created a little NVIDIA of Sweden. It is a fantastic company. from that perspective on the margin is quite strong, and we can explain that it's not just like an effect of luck. It's something we are working on and protecting on an ongoing basis. First of all, we have an operating cost advantage. We are controlling 50% of the market, so we can operate in a way which allow us to put a lot of, I would say, pressure on all our service providers to make sure we get the best pricing in the market for the service they're providing. So we're trying to make sure this is like compressed as much as possible in a way which is reasonable as well. You don't want to get custody for free. If custody is free, then it's not very secure. So you need to be careful to find the right balance here between how much you compress your price and what kind of service you want, but we're pretty good at that due to our size. And then the other component of this powerful margin is like the capacity of pricing we have, where we are maintaining a good service level and good pricing due to our goodwill, our market share, and our product differentiation. You know, CoinShare has been very, very much into product innovation. We have been at the forefront of bringing new products, and even what we do in the US now is like also very innovative. You know, one of our ETF now in the US is called WGMI for We're Gonna Make It, and WGMI is the very only ETF in the world specialized in Bitcoin miners. So funny enough, we are a big Bitcoin miner investor indirectly through this ETF. And this ETF was the best performing ETF in 2023. Interestingly, we are at the crossroad or now where CoinShare is bringing not only crypto in its portfolio, but is also adding equity in its portfolio. And we're probably managing around $1 billion worth of equity exposure as well as part of the CoinShare, I would say, client money we have with us. Albert? And okay, and so then, you know, the way to think about CoinShare on the back of that is like CoinShare is really a growing annuity business with a lot of upside optionality. The upside optionality come from the sector we are in, where the crypto pricing is quite, I would say, explosive in terms of like its capacity on the upside, which create a very strong acceleration and escape velocity on the earning profile, which is very exposing some convexity characteristic, which is very favorable to our capacity to make money. So we get this green bar, which is our green bar for the year, which is an expected green bar. You know, our earnings were out in Q1. I think everybody can make the math how it will look like if we keep executing as we do for the rest of the year. Albert? And then, you know, like we were talking about the profitability, we talk about the margin. This slide is very much a way for investors to think about how CoinShare can keep defending its margin, but also kind of a sensitivity analysis around the margin of CoinShare versus the price. And we can see that our business is extremely scalable in the sense that it doesn't matter if we manage 2 billion or 10 billion or 50 billion tomorrow. Our cost base doesn't have to grow that much, or at least not in a not at all in a linear way. It will be adding a couple of headcount, no more, to be able to manage more money. So we're in a very, very interesting position where we are at the dawn of, I would say, a very, very wide adoption by the retail market and the institutional market of the crypto as an investment thematic. We saw it in the US with all the ETF coming up, the upcoming Ethereum ETF approval, and probably more things to come in the US. And that will drive price, that will drive more demand, and we will be at the forefront of this phenomenon. So where do we go from there? You know, we are the global leading alternative asset manager specializing in digital assets. We have the ambition to become this global leading alternative asset manager. We're still the European leader. We make our first move to become a global leader by doing this US acquisition, which was a very timely and well-priced acquisition. And now we're just like growing that ideas and integrating this business. You know, CoinShare has a strong value to be first to market on a lot of things. You know, there's a long list of first of since 2014. We really want to focus on still being first on many, many things we're doing to bring a lot of value to investors and also to bring a lot of value to our shareholders. So that's kind of CoinShare in a nutshell. Ambrose? So, you know, strategy, you know, if we start from the bottom of the slide, you know, we want to become the leading global investment company specialized in digital assets. That's a factor we already repeated probably 10 times since the beginning of this discussion. Now, how does that work? That only works by expanding our footprint in a geographical manner, which allows us to also expand our asset under management, or AUM. We are at the cusp of discovering that a lot of people are running businesses which are not profitable. CoinShare is a very profitable business, and also build a platform for integration, which is very interesting. So we are actively looking at two things, effectively, both our organic growth. You know, we have a fantastic team which is in place to execute and continue the mission we are doing, but we are also very much actively looking at external growth so that we can keep integrating what we will call non-performing asset into CoinShare. XBT Provider was a non-performing asset. The CoinShare team turned into a very successful story. Valkyrie was a non-performing asset. It's already a much better asset, which is about to be finished in restructuring and turned around by the end of H1. So we're in a good position. And then it's like, what else can we add in terms of external growth to bring us more geographical footprint, more diversification of AUM, and more clients and customers across the globe. Albert? No, as a disclaimer, I'm not going to speak on this one. That's not my slide, Albert.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll finish on the disclaimer. That's fine. I don't know what responding to that, Albert.
Sorry, this is the last slide.
Yeah, it's not a good slide because there's some question marks. I don't think it's the last slide. It was probably a mistake on the import.
Yeah, I don't have any more slides after this, but maybe we can move to the Q&A then?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's move.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, we can just assume this one.
Sure.
All right, so I thought we would start a little bit more holistic then, and you touched upon many of the advantages of your company, but let's say an investor is optimistic about cryptocurrency prices. What are the arguments for buying, for investing in your company compared to buying Bitcoin or similar?
Well, first of all, CoinShare is today, so let's, so we're going to get a financial analyst discussion there. So CoinShare is a very, very cheap company, first of all. Bitcoin is what it is. It's a very good asset, but like you have to look at every single investment as a relative value investment of one versus another. And right now, you have a lot of optionality in the price of CoinShare because simply it's trading below book value. So the market is not recognizing yet what CoinShare has built. So if you are an investor and you want to and become a shareholder of a company which has a lot of potential and a lot of growth trajectory, then CoinShare is a good option and a good alternative to Bitcoin. A lot of if you look at our shareholder list, which is the public information, you will see a lot of, I would say global macro investors who are certainly thinking about CoinShare in the same way I just described to you.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And also you have been a bit of a pioneer with the many first launched products, and you are very early with the hedge fund solutions that you're introducing. So do you have to create market demand for this product, or have you already found some market demand since you launched this last fall?
So two things, like when we acquired XBT Provider, it was a tiny product built in Sweden with a very few amount of clients. And they used to all meet for a weekly or monthly meetup at the Vaudeville next to your office. And it was like a very tiny thing where there was no demand realistically around that, which was built over time. And that has been always the way we look at how we build our businesses. It's like, okay, let's not jump and go over our skis. Let's make sure we are building for where the market is right now. So if you think about our asset management platform, we think the asset management platform as it is right now is at the right place versus where is the market demand in terms of sophistication. When it comes to hedge fund solution, it's starting from two is the same principle of engagement. You know, like where is the market right now and what does the market want? And the market right now is getting filled on the beta allocation through all the ETF application and all the ETF kind of business we have been running for now almost 10 years in Europe. And the next frontier effectively become by default the alpha allocation, because everybody who look at its portfolio when they say, okay, I get some beta exposure, I want some alpha exposure, where do I shop the alpha? And if you have been working with a brand and you have a good experience with a brand like CoinShare, you know, naturally you're going to look at an alpha exposure. More importantly, you're going to look for an alpha exposure for a manager who has a strong presence, a strong financial surface, and I'm going to disappear tomorrow morning. There's been a lot of cases in crypto specifically where the asset manager disappeared because it's a small shop in a garage. And with regulation looming on and all the kind of increase in regulation, it's very important to invest with a manager who has the right size. So CoinShare has a lot of positive attributes to be this allocator of choice for people who want to be in alpha mode. Now, in terms of demand, we have a sales team who is like assessing demand in real time. We are building a track record right now. The hedge fund solution business is a very different business in the way it sells compared to the ETF business, which is a much more, I would say, on-screen. People click and buy in hedge fund solution, you have to build a track record and be able to show 6, 8, 12 months of track record to an investor to give him confidence in what you do. So we are building the track record to be able to demonstrate it and be able to softly gauge and engage with LPs to make sure we have their commitment. So it's a work, I would say it's work in progress. The stuff which is very interesting, I would say, on the alpha side is really the direction of traveling of the entire market. And our US acquisition to that degree has brought us an interesting platform, which is called a Series Trust under 40 Act regulation in the US, which allow us not only to do ETF, but to blend into an ETF format some alpha management skills. And that's part of unique approach, which is unique to the US market, because that's something which people have dreamed to do in Europe, which is not available because the regulators don't want to get these kind of things in Europe. In the US, it's available. So you can have inside the wrapper of an ETF, so with all the distribution power of the ETF market, something much more alpha generative in its format than just a pure beta product. So there is a lot of potential growth as well and distribution through this kind of new format, which has been made available to us thanks to our latest acquisition.
Very interesting indeed. And we're running out of time right now, so I have to thank you.
It's always the same problem.
Yeah, I have to thank you a lot for this presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you very much, Albert.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Jönsson, an analyst here at ABG. And next up, I have the honor to present to you Anna-Karin Grandin, CEO of Core Service Management. And with that said, I will leave the floor to you, Anna-Karin, and come back for a Q&A after your presentation.
That's great, and thank you, Simon. And yes, my name is Anna-Karin Grandin. I am the president and CEO of Core. Actually, this is the first time we present Core at this event, so I'm very pleased to be here today and to present Core. So I will try to give you a crash course of Core, and as Simon said, in the end, there will be opportunities for questions. So, Core was founded in 1998 within the Skanska construction company. Since then, since today, we have had 2 private equity owners until we did our IPO in 2015. Today, we have grown the company to a company with a turnover of a bit more than 12 billion SEK. And we are a people business, so we have roughly 13,000 employees within the company. And Core, we deliver a broad range of services to our customers. And I will show you a slide of what kind of services we deliver. Before that, I would like to say a few words about how we steer and follow up our company from a triple bottom line perspective. We think that is one way to future-proof the company, to take a business responsibility, to always take a social responsibility, but also to always take an environmental responsibility as well. And when it comes to business, of course, we have ambitions to have solid financial development. In that dimension, we also put our customers, always having satisfied customers in that dimension. Social, well, it goes without saying, we are a people business. We always need to attract the best talents in the market, but also to take care of our own people, develop them as well, and build a strong employer brand so we really can attract the best talents in the market. And environment, of course, that's really, really important to have focus on that. We have signed up for a science-based target initiative. We did that in a quite early phase. We also have a net zero ambition for 2040. And we can actually improve the environment by delivering our services in a more professional way, but we can also support our customers to really help them to decrease their environmental footprint. And I think this slide can describe our value proposition. We, as I said, deliver a broad range of services in the Nordics. We are the market leader within facility management in the Nordics. And quite often we deliver, for example, cleaning. And cleaning, we can deliver cleaning as both as a single service and in a package of different kind of services. And when we package our services, we call that integrated facility management. And as you can see, cleaning is our largest service line, representing 40% of our total turnover. Property is our second largest service line, representing 30% of our total turnover. Quite often, our customers, they decide to buy services as a package. And today, we have more or less 60% of our turnover representing IFM contracts. And the value for our customers when we do those kind of service packages for our customers is that we take a full responsibility. So there is no gap between services. There's also no overlap between services. That is quite common, actually, in our industry. And when we work with our IFM customers, it's always a lot of focus in development and partnership in those kind of contracts. And the average length in our contract is roughly 5 years. And as I said, the majority in our business is that 70% of our turnover comes from subscriptions. So we have quite a stable business in our operations. 30% representing assignments, and typical assignments in our industries, property-related projects, like replacing a roof or something else. I would like to give you an example of an IFM contract, because I believe it might be a bit hard to understand what kind of things are we doing. And actually, this is one of our newest and recent large wins with Swedbank. Swedbank, I think most of you know Swedbank. They have actually operated in a mix or combination of both in-house services as well as bought single services from others. And 2 years ago, they decided really to find new efficiency, also to increase the user experience at their bank offices as well. So they decided to do their first time outsourcing IFM contracts. And they reached out to several of our colleagues in the industry and asked us, how can we do this in a very good way? And we try to give them all the advices we have, because we are the most experienced company when it comes to first-time outsourcing processes. And we have a really strong model how to integrate and take over people from our customers going into our business as well, but also could give them a lot of advice in how to build a business model, for example, but also how to build a good agreement as well. And a year ago, we actually got the good news that they would like to go together with Core and try to create a new contract together with us. And we started up this contract in December last year. And I'm very pleased that we have started this one up in a very good way with some really high customer satisfaction as well. And this is a typical example when we do multi-services. As you can see, we are doing cleaning, workplace services, coffee, fruit, a lot of administration for Swedbank as well. And this is a contract, quite normal IFM contract with a broad range of services, but also at multi-sites. So this contract spans over 159 bank offices spread all over Sweden. I would like to just give you some information about the market we operate in. As I mentioned before, we operate in the Nordics, and the value of the facility management market is roughly 400 billion SEK. So it's quite a huge market. What is really interesting is that only half of this market is outsourced. So of course that is a huge potential for Core to really find new customers like Swedbank, as I mentioned before. For the market that is outsourced already, those 200 billion SEK, that is quite a fragmented market. You can't find a dominant player in this market. Even though Core is quite a large company, I would like to say that we have roughly 5% of the market share in that sector. So there is a lot of potential to really find new customers like Swedbank and packaging those kind of services. And what is also interesting is that only 10% of the outsourced market representing IFM contracts. And that market, that is not the same as the single service market. The IFM market is much more consolidated. in this sector, core has 40% of the market share. And our largest competitor is ISS, and they have roughly 40% as well. So in this market, you have two dominant players. And actually, it might seem quite easy to deliver both cleaning and property and restaurants and things like that, but combine that is quite tricky, and doing that by your own people is even more tricky. So there's a barrier in these markets, so you only find two players in the IFM market. Another good thing to know about core is that we, as an IFM player, are quite resilient towards financial economic downturns as well. So in our model, actually, our model is subscription based, and when we go into economic downturns, customers, they might go to us and say, could you please help us to save some money, for example. We are quite used with that. But we can always make sure that we can reduce the cost in the same way that we can reduce the prices. So this do not tend to affect the margins, actually. But of course, as I mentioned, our assignments representing 30% of our total turnover, of course, some customers will maybe be more restrictive in doing this kind of projects. For example, replacing a roof, they can say, well, we do not do that this year. We can postpone that for next year, for example. But when the economic downturn is over, both the subscription levels and the assignments, they actually come back to us. And when we have an economic downturn, we also see possibilities, because I have been in this industry for more than 30 years, and I have never met a customer who has consolidated all their FM spends or all their FM needs to one supplier so far. So there are always possibilities for us as a company to make sure that we can help the customer to outsource or other services, for example, or maybe expand to other sites as well. And in the end of an economic downturn, we always see that many customers who are looking for new efficiencies, they actually do as Swedbank did. They come to us and ask us, how can we support them to actually find new efficiency? So looking forward, what are our plans for the future? I think we operate in a beneficial market and in a Nordic market. We see that there are potentials to grow in the Nordics. It's good growth opportunities in the Nordics. And as you can see from the market picture, there are still a lot of good opportunities to win new IFM contract, as well as winning new single service contracts due to the fragmented market. And as we have been growing as a company, we also have quite much focus today to harmonize our processes and to also consolidate our systems, how to deliver, to make us even more professional as a service provider. And being a people business, and it goes without saying, we will continue to work with a strong employer brand to really make sure that we can attract the best talents in the market and have focus on environment as well. We have a plan to deliver on our net zero ambitions up until 2040. And we know that that area is really important. If we are not working with that one, we will not be choosable among our customers for the future. So we need to lead and drive the green transformation as well. And this will actually be my last slide, just to give you a brief of some financials. And we think that the customer value creation can also translate into shareholder value in our business. As I have said several times, we operate in a strong market with growth potentials. We have a target of growing by 4 to 5% per year as an organic growth. We have that average in general, but we had some downturns during COVID, so the average is 3.3% between our IPO until 2023. We have high cash generation. We have low capex as a company. We also operate with a negative working capital, and that together builds a solid base for dividend. And as you can see, our target is to pay out dividend representing 50% of the net profit, and in average we have actually have an average of 92%. And of course we have a future clear strategic direction to stay in the Nordic, to grow in the Nordic, to grow both in IFM and facility and single service. And the way we operate is more or less like we have a decentralized business model, and we will stay with that one because it's quite important for our people to have both responsibility and mandate towards their customers, because as you can believe, we always need to be very flexible in our service offering. Our customers, they will go up and they will go down in their industries, and we always need to adapt the services towards the customer's needs. And that's why it's really important that we put some responsibility and mandate towards our first-line managers. So they have always a responsibility both for the financials, for their employees, as well as for the customers. So with that, I think we will have some questions, maybe?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Anna-Karin. I want to start off with talking a bit about competitive landscape and especially in terms of comparative advantage for your part, because looking at the market, you mentioned ISS, but you also have other competitors, and a few of them have actually in recent years focused more on single services. But you are one of the fewer that stands by the IFM strategy. So maybe just talk a bit about what do you think is the reason behind that?
I think you need to go back and see the history of each company, how we have been coming from different kind of areas. When we started in 1998, we started as an IFM company, so we have always worked with IFM. When we started, we did not work with single service, actually. And when we started, we were more like a service broker. So we didn't perform very much by our own personnel. So maybe 70 was subcontractor when we started. If you then go to ISS, I know that when they started as a cleaning company. And I think then they have actually during the years seen that IFM is actually a really good market to be in. So they went from single service cleaning into the IFM market. And Sodexo, they come from food. And now they are going more or less back to doing single service.
Got it. And maybe coming back to the financials, you had a good slide on that, and you also mentioned that the average profitability is around 5.5% historically. Your target is also 5.5%, but last year was lower.
4.9.
Yes, 4.9. So maybe just elaborate a bit on that, and what is needed for you to actually come back to the 5.5%, and what can be ahead after that?
And I think in our Q3 report, we actually launched a program how to accelerate our margins back to 5.5% when we were around 4.9%. And we know that we have been growing quite a lot as a company. And when you grow, it's always really challenging to really, well, get all of the organizations be harmonized and perform, for example, cleaning the same way or using the same kind of systems. And we have a history of being a decentralized organization, as I mentioned. But now we have been growing a lot. So now we really need to harmonize our underlying processes, but also consolidate our systems. And we know that when we take in new contracts, when we acquire companies, we can also do even more in the procurement area as well. So that is also something that we can really address. And we also made some organizational changes in that program and also laid off some people as well. So the program we mentioned was worth roughly 100 million SEK. And we are in the middle of that program. I'm really pleased what the program has actually delivered so far. So we know that we are on the right track back on 5.5%.
All right. And you talked a bit about economic downturns, and we've actually been through one recently. Not only that, also quite high inflation. So maybe just talk about that, how that has impacted you.
I think high inflation is, of course, has an impact at core. But I would like to say that the salary levels, they are even more important, actually. And we have had high salary levels in last year, for example. So that is something that we really need to focus on and make sure that we can transform those kind of costs towards our contracts. And actually, in the absolute majority of our contracts, we have index clauses. We have index clauses, and they are connected to a labor cost index as well. So we used to be quite resilient even to that, but in a market when we had really high wage or salary levels or increases, that system really didn't work so well. So there was some time lags in this one, but now we can see that we are going also back on track on the wage inflation.
Thank you. And coming back to your margin profile and exposure to different countries, Sweden is by far your biggest country, and also in terms of the profit margin. In some cases, the profitability in Sweden is double of that of the group average and other countries. And you have bigger scale and higher density in Sweden and a longer history driving that higher profitability. But looking a bit ahead, could you see other markets reaching similar kind of scale and density as Sweden has, and thereby also generating higher profitability?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you mentioned a few things why to have really good solid margins, you need to have scale and you need to have density. You also need to have some contracts that are quite mature. That's also really important, as well as have a good mix between single service and IFM, and have a bit more of IFM contracts than we have single service contracts. If you have all those four pieces in place, I think you can have good margins. And if we then go to Finland, which is by far our smallest market, if Sweden represents more than half of the turnover, Finland represents 6%. So they do not have any of those four pieces in place. So I believe that will take time to get up in margins in Finland. And often people ask, why do you operate in Finland? It's a small business, it's low margins. Why do you operate in Finland? But I would like to say that we are a Nordic company, and there are a lot of customers who really procure IFM contracts from a Nordic perspective. So if we do not have a presence in Finland and doing this by our own personnel, I think that we do not have the possibility to win large Nordic IFM contracts as well. So that's why we do an investment in Finland to operate in large Nordic IFM contracts. But then we have two countries in the middle. We have Norway and we have Finland. If you go back and look at Norway, for example, we did have much higher margins in Norway a few years ago. Then we lost a large IFM contract. We lost some density in Norway. And so the margins, they dropped. Now we are on the right track back on those margins as well. But then we need more scale and we need more density in Norway to be back on those kind of margins around 6%. And then we have in Denmark, there we also have grown a lot in Denmark. In 2021, 2022, we won a lot of large IFM contracts, especially with the Danish Building and Property Agency. For those in Sweden, I think you know Statens Fastighetsverk, that's the same, more or less, but in Denmark. So we won some really large contracts, and of course, we expect Denmark to ramp up their margins because they have got scale, they have got density. Many of those contracts was concentrated towards Copenhagen. So that's something that we're really looking forward to as well. Of course, they are still new, so you don't have majority in those contracts so far, but it will be coming actually. So of course there are possibilities to actually increase the margins.
Great, thank you. That's all we had time for. But big thank you, Anna-Karin and the audience.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Julia Sandwall, an analyst here at ABG, and here today we have Lifeclean International and their CEO, Fredrik Tumegård, who will present the company and then followed by a short Q&A session. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And hello everyone and good afternoon. Lifeclean, in essence, what we do is we do industrial solutions to eliminate pathogens and toxic hazards based on a patented solution and a sustainable technology developed in Sweden. Actually, it's not just developed in Sweden, it's actually innovated in Sweden. So both innovated and development. This is a product, a solution, good for humans, health, animal health, and the nature in the grander picture. We are offering, improving, everyday challenges in billion-dollar industries, in healthcare business, in agriculture business, and in PFAS area. Let's start with the PFAS. We have a sanitizing and processing solution which removes PFAS and helps industries to get rid of hazardous consequences of PFAS pollution. In essence, and the vertical focus is that today in different solutions, firefighting systems, there is a foam today which has PFAS inside. So we take out the old PFAS foam, then we clean it with our smart technology, and then after we inject new PFAS-free firefighting foam. We have partners here. It's like Remondis, which is the fourth biggest, I believe, recycling company in the world. So they are one of our partners. We have other customers and partners worldwide, strong. If we look at the agriculture, we are cleaning and disinfecting solution. And this eliminates microbes, which is very important. But we do that with no toxic residues, which is very, very important. What does this do then is actually increase the productivity, which is really, really important in this area. And I will come back to that, and you will see how and why is it so important. The vertical focus is laser sharp. In the chicken production or the poultry industry, you have a time between the chicken cycles. Within this cycle, there are days. Days is money. So what we do is that we go in at that time and we do disinfection and cleaning. And we do that in a fast way. We have a lot of partners here, PartnerMed, just to mention one. And we just got an order from Saudi Arabia the other day, which we made a press release about, and I will come back to this area more. Healthcare is the third area. We do high-level disinfection solution. This prevents antimicrobial resistance and minimizes healthcare-related infections, which is really an issue on the market today. The vertical focus is very simply described. We disinfect surfaces, truly disinfect surfaces, and it goes very fast, and we do that in hospitals, and especially in intensive care. We have, of course, customers here as well and partners. Arxada is one of them, and I will come back with more information about that. Looking at this, there's a lot of driving factors, a lot of them. I will not go into all of them, but I will zoom into a few of those on this slide. There is 5 mortality in chicken production. 5%, that's a lot of waste. We can reduce that significantly. This is good for everyone. The other figure here is 17.8%. The 17.8% stands for increased expected global chicken consumption by 2030. That's a big number. The third number, and the last number on this page I will talk about, is that 97% of all Americans have PFAS in their blood. This is just too much. We have a solution for all these things, which I will go through step by step today. But before I go through the solution and why we are relevant and how we do things, I just want to give a little bit very quick information about LifeClean in brief. We have 730 customers today already in 14 countries. We have 29 rock-solid patents on the solutions, 29 rock-solid. And we have our own facilities, production facilities, that we can control, which we can scale. It's scalable, which is really helpful. We are divided as a company in two parts, I would say. One is the LifeClean, which is the healthcare, the PFAS and the agriculture business areas. Then we have Chain Partner, Ocean, which has two parts. One is the white label, Chain Partner part, and the other one is cleaning products to professionals and consumers. Generating impact, we clearly do, and you will see more of that. And we can tick off a lot of UN goals. I believe that this is even hard to select which one I like most here, which we tick off. But I'm very grateful to be in this company, because there's been a lot of work to come to where we are. This is an innovation, which I said, which is now a product, which is now entering the market. And that's a lot of R&D behind this, a lot. And it's very, very good work. So I'm very proud, because it's not just what we do, it's what the impact will be for all the customer, all the segments going forward. This is a Swedish innovation, as I mentioned. And going back in the history, where do we come from? We actually come from people that were thinking that how do we, using the word, kill the spores, which is like hospital sickness, this kind of spores, which is the worst thing to have, because they're really difficult to disinfect against. And this is if you want to have a high target and do something very difficult, you put that as a target. They have obviously succeeded. That was a hard work, a lot of things. But when they did it, they did not just do it in themselves, in the R&D and the innovation. They worked together with third party. The third party test institute that tested during the period all the time. And during this journey, on the mission to get this solved, they learned a lot of things. It don't just kill spores, it kills virus, bacteria, everything. It's just wiping it out, which is really, really important, because you never know what kind of things you have in a hospital. You don't know. And this, you don't have that problem, because it will wipe it out. So that now we are here, now it's tested, and during this journey, not just that it's worked in the hospital area, but it's also worked for other areas. It's the same, animals in the chicken production needs the same substance or product, and the same for PFAS. And I will come back to that. So what makes us so unique then? It's actually maximal antimicrobial effect. It's beyond disinfection, it's even more. It's kill biofilm or take away biofilm, and Kokishira also as well. It goes fast. Some of the customers which I spoke to, they said, no, it's not just going fast, Fredrik, it's going super fast. Which is time is important, very important those days. And it's deep penetration. Normally, you can do a surface, but you know this surface is not even. It's a lot of small things. You need to get into the cracks, which is something, because it works like that. That's the nature of the product, which I think is super important. Do not drive resistance. Eliminates bad odor, break down to table salt. So the waste product for us it's really table salt, which is really not dangerous at all, which is really an advantage compared to the competition, which has really another situation. So this is really something that is making this product so unique. Here is the incredible, all these different things that are problems with. It's going from bacteria up to the spores, which is the hardest thing to kill. But when you look at this one, first of all, you don't know which one you have in a hospital. You don't know. You don't want to have the top one, but you don't know easily every time. So, and the other thing is that, so we can take all of them. So when we go into a hospital or a surgery, we kill all of them, and we know we kill them. And the second thing, it goes fast, very fast. You don't need to have this alcohol or something for minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever. It takes less than a minute, which is really important. So this means that it's very broad, and safe and environmental. So in the healthcare industry, if we now dive into the healthcare first, we have a complete coverage of the microbial spectra. It's classified as a high-level disinfectant and do not develop resistance. Do not develop it. That's really a key, because others might do. And also for the people who use it. Think about it. It's non-toxic, safe to use, environmental. That's really the good thing. And as I mentioned, the time, it goes fast. So you can use the surgery room immediately afterwards. And that is really some of the key points. I talked about in the introduction about healthcare-associated infections. There's a lot of data on this one, but just leave it, the mortality. 50,000 deaths, 50,000 deaths annually directly attributed to healthcare-associated infections. We don't want people to get sick or die when they go to the hospital. So this is something that can really help this. There are others, and this is in the end of the day, this costs money. How do we go to market? So we have signed a strategic partnership since January with Arxada. Arxada is a $2 billion company, 3,400 employees, around 14 R&D centers, and they have an exclusive license agreement. We're very happy to have them on board. There is a lot of things to do here. I mean, just look at the hospitals in Germany. There are 1,900 just to start with. So there's plenty of work out there. Agriculture then. The main drivers here, or the main benefit for this industry, is that they reduce mortality with 49%. That's a good. I mentioned, you remember there was a high 5% mortality. Here we reduce it by 49. They will be, when we clean with our solution and disinfect, they will then obviously be in a better environment, which then leads to increased slaughter weight, which is also good. And the downtime, that this is, There are many cycles during a year. Maybe each cycle is around 30 days, let's say 30 days, and then they clean. So if you then can reduce the cleaning time, which we do here significantly, then they can produce more cycles, which means more money, and that's something good for this industry. And again, no resistant development, easy to work with, because today they maybe have 5, 6 substances to use. Here, there is very simple. We have the life clean substance, and we clean just before we use it. So it's very easy. A lot less work, a lot less complex, and there is environmental. More sustainable. And one disinfectant. It's only one, as I said. It's not many. The poultry market, producing chicken, it's a very, very important protein source. It's actually the most important. And if I just take one of the data on this one, just one, globally 70 billion chickens are bred and slaughtered annually for meat production. 70 billion chickens are produced every year. That's more or less 10 times more than the humans on this planet. That's a driver on the market. That's a true driver. And if you have a solution which then reduces cost, increase in productivity, it's a good area to be in, I would say. And it's environmental friendly, by the way. We are a focus market on this one is that we started up in Norway. And that's a small market, to be fair. Good market, but a small market. We started up with different things and been learning together with the customer and done a good work together with them and the partners, fantastic partners. But now we are, of course, we've been working close to the home market, Sweden as well. But yesterday, we announced an order from Saudi Arabia with ADC, where we have a pilot, which we're very proud of. And this market we have been working with for some time, which is very important because they have really a good mission and a strategy where to go. And I think that this is very, very important. And we can see that the market in this vertical is have a significant value. And it's also not just, if you look at the other things, it's like salmonella or bird flu. This product works for that as well. This is very strong. So it's not just because that is like virus. So the bird flu is a virus, and it works on that. So we can then safeguard and help in these situations. And of course, we are looking into other markets and working with Turkey, because that is the same. There's a lot of activity around chicken production and poultry industry as well. So we will focus on those markets which are very strong. PFAS, forever chemicals, what some people say. ECHAS has proposed a restriction with this area. And everyone knows it's 1 ppm. That is the sort of top, what they think that they will have in the... So this is a proposal. The markets have understood that this, this is coming. It's just around the corner. So, and this is for all the firefighting foam and so on, and the systems that have the firefighting foams in, and I described a little bit in the beginning about this. So actually, we have already have customers in this area, because we have a solution who actually cleans the pipes or the tanks in a very good way. And just to give you one example, this is the Södertörn Firefighting Association. They had, when we came, And you remember that it was 1, they cannot reach over 1, and here's 103. So that's over 100 times more than the proposed regulations are. And we then cleaned it with all the things we do, and the result after was like nothing left. We took nothing. Yeah, there was some, but it's even 99% less than the target ECHA has, which is virtually nothing. So that's really good, because in the end of the day, that was it's safe. It's a safe, fast, and smart way, and we also break down the PFAS, because it's a really forever chemical. The market focus is primarily in Sweden, Norway. Obviously, we will broaden this market. We work with key customers, key partners, and distributors. And just to give an example, is that municipality fire service places is 50,000, just as an example. We are, to summarize, we're active in 14 markets, and we have a patent in 25 countries. And that is a rock-solid patent, and so we are in a good position. Just quickly, the board, because I know we're running out of time. We have a board who has broad competence and special competence at the same time, which is very, very good for the company and support us very much in that. The figures, since the time is running out, is that in the Q1, we had a growth of 16% compared to last year in sales. And we also made break-even in the middle of the quarter for the chain partner Ocean part. We are really in great company with other very good companies. We have, as I mentioned, Remondis, which is a really large company, famous company. We have other Swedish companies which are famous, and this picture talks for itself. We are very happy to serve them. And with that said, we take responsibility. So now over to the questions.
Yeah, thank you for a great presentation, Fredrik. I would like to begin to ask a question on your agriculture segment.
Yeah.
And I would like to know, what's the biggest difference between a traditional cleaning method and your method in cleaning?
I think it's a good question, and one of the big differences is that, first of all, they use many different types of substance and so on. It's very complicated. I think this is a big difference. The other one is this is non-toxic. So this is also the people that work in this environment have used maybe toxic before, which is really different. And it goes fast. It goes really fast. And also it kills the whole spectrum, so they don't need to worry about salmonella, bird flu, anything. It's just everything. And even if it's a tough situation with temperature high or whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. Or the floor is uneven and old, and it works anyway. It's safe to use.
Yeah, perfect. And one more question. I would like to know, what's the most challenges in the PFAS segments?
PFAS is really a forever chemical. It's sometimes super difficult to work with because it's a forever chemicals. Forever chemicals, when you have a tank, for example, it's not just in the tank, it also goes into the surface of the material. But we have, since this substance we have, or the product solutions, actually enter into the material in the wall of this tank and take it out and bring it out and actually do that. That's very, very difficult, because this has been a problem for a very long time. And now with this innovation, which is sort of a leap, actually can do that. So this is the answer.
Great. Thank you for your answers and for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ABG's Investor Days. My name is Carl Bokvist and I'm an equity analyst at ABG and among other companies I am responsible for covering CTT Systems. With us today we have CEO Henrik Höjer and CFO Marcus Berg, and they will start with a presentation followed by some Q&A afterwards. Henrik, thank you for joining us now and please the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carl, and thanks for coming and listening to the CTT Systems presentation. Next slide, please. Most of you know that CTT is the leader in active moisture control on civil aircraft. An aircraft flying around with extra weight in the form of water leads to higher fuel consumption and with that unnecessary CO2 emissions. In the fact that the cabin air is very dry and actually drier than anywhere on the earth is affecting the well-being of passengers and crew. We are the only company that has product that solve the root cause of this problem, both the dry and the wet problem on board. And CTT is the sole supplier to Airbus and Boeing of humidification systems and the only vendor that has aircraft dehumidifiers. Humidifiers is a de facto standard in flight deck on long-haul aircraft, and it's migrating into the passenger cabin as well. On dehumidifiers, we have a large installed base on mainly roughly 1,000 Boeing 787s, but we're not increasing the population, and we must enter into the narrow body market, and I will come back to that later. We have today our systems in more than 50 airlines worldwide. I thought I'll do some quick financial numbers before I look into the future. So if I look at the rolling 4 quarters, the net sales increased with 17%, reaching 312 million, mostly driven by the aftermarket and also increasing OEM sales. Our EBIT increased 28% to 128 million, and our earnings per share increased with 36%. If I'm looking at the short-term forecast, the second quarter we forecast the sales range of 85 to 90 million Swedish crowns, and that is on a year-on-year increase with 8 to 14%. Sales will be driven by our repair and spares business. OEM sales are expected to be on the same level. In private jet, we expect another quite weak quarter. Underlying growth trends remain intact for OEM and aftermarket, but we always see variations quarter to quarter. With this forecast, we will reach 319 to 324 million on a rolling 12 months, and that's compared to a pre-pandemic high of 365. I will now go through our business outlook for each of our markets. I'm starting with the aftermarket. First quarter aftermarket sales decreased, and that was due to a late component deliveries from one of our suppliers. This disruption we have solved, and we have now resumed deliveries. So looking at rolling 4 quarters, we are currently at the run rate of 253 million. Going forward, sales of spares and consumables will no longer benefit from the pent-up demand after the pandemic. As a consequence, aftermarket growth will be lower than in 24 than it was in 23 when we had a 30% increase. If I then look at system sales, in 2024, this will be the primary growth driver for us, and we will benefit from several strong trends. Aftermarket has recovered and passed pre-pandemic levels, but revenues from system deliveries, which is OEM, retrofit, and private jet, only accounted to 54 million last year, compared with 191 in 2019. So we have a 137 million gap. If I then go to anti-condensation business, which is actually struggling with no orders presently, we have a clear strategy, and I'm convinced that this will lead to results. The key enabler is that we have OEM availability. This can only be accomplished via the support from retrofit customers that are large buyers of new aircraft. As part of our effort, we have ongoing trials on A321 with a major low-cost carrier, Another track involves our largest customers, which is Jet2 and Transavia. Both are transitioning from an all Boeing 737 fleet to A320s, and they're used to having our anti-condensation as a buyer-furnished equipment installed by Boeing before delivery. This is yet not possible with Airbus, and of course that is something that we need to fix in the future. So the first possibility with these customers is when they do C-check at these aircraft. So we will parallel with that, together with them and other customers, approach Airbus and make them agree that it should be possible to install our green tech system in new aircraft before delivery. And we remain convinced that line fitting our anti-condensation system is aligned with and part of the sustainability efforts of the aviation industry. If I then look at the growth drivers that are in place, they can be divided into a few categories. One, there's more aircraft produced with CTT products as catalog options, as Airbus and Boeing are doubling their production rates of A350s and 787s and ramping up the 777X production. Two, more CTT products per aircraft. We should have a higher chipset value with better penetration on especially A350, and also new content in the future on 787 when we have succeeded to convince Boeing that they should add cabin humidification. Three, the retrofit market. When airlines do harmonization of the cabin experience, this should come into play. And then 4, new OEM platforms with CTT products available in the future, such as the Airbus A321 XLR and the Comac C929. In addition, not on this slide, we are addressing a new market in the large cabin business jet. OEM will again be the main driver. We foresee a significantly higher OEM deliveries in 24 and onwards. The demand for OEM humidifiers is growing, fueled by wide-body aircraft production ramp-up that started in 23 and is continuing in 24 and onwards. The main driver for us will be from the 787 program, currently at the build rate of 5 aircraft per month, targeting to reach 10 in 26. Airbus is at a build rate of 5 to 6 aircraft per month, and they are targeting 10 in 26, and then in 28 they will go to 12 on the back of a very strong demand. In addition, we will benefit from the Boeing 777X program, where the first delivery is scheduled in late 2025. CTT expect to resume our deliveries to Boeing for this program in the 24-25 timeframe. On top of that, we anticipate that we will grow more than the production rate increase due to increased penetration. Order long-haul aircraft in 23 was the highest in over 15 years, and the order backlog for A350 and 787 equals totally to the deliveries so far of these platforms. Airbus and Boeing now have 1,900 aircraft in the order books of the for CTT so important A350, 787 and 777X program. To summarize, the OEM business will be a resilient driver that will continue to grow for years, driven by the wide-body order backlog. Today, we have 3 airlines that have humidification of business class on their A350s. An important part of our growth strategy is to convince airlines not only to have a healthier climate for pilot and crew, but also to offer humidification for the premium cabin passengers. Airbus announced in October that another airline has chosen humidifiers for its A350s. This airline has specified 3 humidifiers for their premium cabin zones, as well as cockpit and crew rest modules. We have now 2 undisclosed airlines that have selected humidifiers for their premium cabin on their A350s with first deliveries in 2025. Boeing aims to certify the 777X in the second half of 25, and so far 2 airlines have selected cabin humidification for the 777X. The fact that we're adding new airlines that operate aircraft with cabin humidifier on board, and the fact that additional airlines have specified new aircraft with entry into service in 25 creates some favorable dynamics. This will lead to opportunities to retrofit the cabin humidification system. As an airline want to harmonize their cabin experience for all the passengers all over the different aircraft types, and also competition between the airlines is driving this demand. Even if it's hard to predict lead times, we're in 24, we're close to 25, 26 when these aircraft come out. And if they want to do cabin projects, it should start soon to align the fleets. I then move over to private jet. And the private jet market has its own cyclical behavior with low correlation to normal economical cycles. Our private jet business reported as expected another weak quarter with low sales, and the near-term outlook is quite weak. But we have only one project in our order book. But the project pipeline is very healthy. And in fact, if I'm looking back in history, all the quotations that we are out to ACJ and BBJ systems, they amount to total a very high level. When we will receive these orders will be a function of, among other things, but also the VIP aircraft availabilities. We're well positioned, and we will win orders when the market picks up again. Our lead time to delivery of the kit systems is 2 to 3 months, and if we do a wide-body VIP project, the lead time is a little bit longer. If looking at the private jet numbers, trailing 12-month sales have been ranging from 10 to 30 million, and is currently at 14. We expect activities to pick up with more opportunities to reach closure in the second half of 24. Our cooperation with Airbus Corporate Jet continues to be very successful. Last year, ACJ delivered 100% of their aircraft with our humidification system installed. They continue to actively promote our system as part of the standard for the ACJ 320 and the 220. We are also in discussions with ACJ to expand this concept to additional aircraft models. As an example, I brought this slide, which is showing how ACJ markets our humidification system in their catalog for the ACJ 320 Neo. Private jet is perhaps the largest opportunity. The addressed market is approximately 30 million per year. We thought we fixed this picture, but apparently not. But CTT sales will be binary. Without the OEMs, CTT will not scale this segment. Airbus Corporate Jet leads the way by promoting our humidification system as part of the green aircraft. This business model is well received by the market and customers. It's a de facto standard on the ACJ's comfort package for long range. Our growth strategy in private jet aims to convince other manufacturers to follow. As you can see on this picture, which is hopefully coming back, we target Boeing business jets, Bombardier Global 7500, Dassault Falcons, and Gulfstream G700 and 800. We must convince these OEMs to endorse and include our system. I'm actually cautiously optimistic that we can close with additional manufacturers this year. And then we can stay on the next slide. So if I'm summarizing this, we're in the beginning of a multi-year growth period. Our business environment is strong and continues to improve as airlines' demand for long-haul capacity increases wide-body aircraft build-up rates and spurs cabin upgrades. We will shift growth driver from aftermarket to system sales, power the higher OEM deliveries and increase penetration rates. The ramp-up of wide-body build rates will be gradual and target 26, 100% increase from current level of A350s and 787s. Under some strong conditions, I expect that we shall close airline awards more frequently. Private jet is our biggest opportunity, but it's binary. Airbus Corporate Jet leads the way by promoting our system, and we will convince other manufacturers to follow. So thanks for listening, and I'll now hand it back to you, Carl, for some questions. And I think we'll invite our CFO, Marcus, up here as well to help me with questions.
Thank you, Henrik. If I may start with just something on what's happening in the very short term. I believe we addressed this during the last conference call, but we all read about what's going on at Boeing or within Boeing. Have you noticed anything on your programs from the quality issues and legal processes that they are currently having?
No, it's of course the whole business is affected by Boeing, and it's very important that Boeing comes back to a normal state where they are a reliable supplier of aircraft, and of course all the airlines are quite upset with having delays on the deliveries because they really need those aircraft. And I think part of that is what we're seeing. It's extremely hard for us, as I said, we want to come into the OEM market on narrow body. But as long as Boeing has problems with the MAX, I mean, we don't even bother. There is no idea talking with them on that topic. 787, which is the important program for CTT, has been so far untouched. There's been some rumors and some articles about it, but as far as we can see, they have managed to handle that in a good way. And they are ramping up production to handle the big order books. And they have been quite consistent now the last, I would say, 2 years on reaching the 10 per month in 2026. Then if we have effects in the ramp-up process, that could be, but let's see what happens, and Boeing is quite firm on that one.
Mm. And then you mentioned growth opportunities, and that one of them would or could be the cabin humidification on the Boeing 787. And forgive the pun, but in a blue sky scenario, how quickly could we see this business?
But I mean, we're in a business where nothing goes fast, and predicting times are always super difficult. And I think for Boeing, I mean, they really need to stabilize everything and reach these 10 aircraft per month. So before that, nothing will come into the new aircraft. But maybe we could start a project like that earlier and be ready somewhere around that time frame or a little bit further down. I think actually it would be easier to come into the retrofit market and start retrofitting the more than 1,000 Boeing 787 that are out there. A project that could go a lot faster. But it still takes some time.
I understand. And then some questions to you, Marcus. As Henrik showed earlier, this is a company that now has benefited for some years with this profitable aftermarket mix. You're having margins well above 30%, and you have flagged that when system sales grow, we should keep that in mind. But can we say anything about the fact that the system business has pretty low volume? So I would guess that when you grow now, that will be positive for profitability within that segment at least. And how will you think about margins for the company? I know you don't have a target, but can you shed some light on it?
Yes, I agree. Yeah, as you say, we don't have a target, but as you say, the volume effect will probably balance out the effect that the mix will change from a large share of aftermarket. I mean, today we have about 80% of our sales are in the aftermarket, and it will shift towards more system sales. But I think that the volume effect over time will balance that, so the margin can stay at a high level.
And then also when we think about investments, this is you already now have a net cash balance sheet. You don't really have that much assets that you use to run the business and so on, and you paid out an extra dividend last year. So when you look at investments in the future, be it personnel, cash flow investments in factories and so on, and also the dividend policy, do you have any larger investment plans up ahead, or will it be more about, just growing with more people, sales and marketing, and then investors can get the rest?
We will for sure grow when we look at our personnel. We will, of course, look at working with automatization to do more efficient work for sure. But still, if you look at investments, we will continue to invest in product development, maybe a little bit higher level than today. But if you look a couple of years ahead, we need to, when the volumes go up, we need to invest in our facilities as well. So we are planning right now an expansion project in our site in Nybro outside of Kalmar, and that will be a little bit bigger investment, maybe 20 to 30 million Swedish crowns.
But still, when you've had larger investments in the past, but I guess this would not affect the overall profitability and asset lightness, and the fact that you will still pay out. I think your target is 70% of net profit.
Correct. Yeah.
Then going back to you, Henrik, the A350 program, and it was maybe, I believe one customer you have disclosed was the Indigo customer. The latest one that you said here that selected 5 out of 6 humidifiers. What was the rationale? Was this a customer you've had before on some other program, or the reason why they actually chose such a high penetration?
It's new customers, but I think it's actually we're hitting a good spot in time now when this topic comes up, and many years of very hard work to spreading this message on the back of really getting this as some kind of standard in the cockpit and crew rest, having very good reliability, very good reputation of the system. The airline's now there to look at it for their premium passengers, and I mean, we've been working hard over many years to convince them that this is something that really will give you a competitive edge towards your competitors. And I think competition is for long haul is increasing. I think airlines look at this as, okay, we can do one more step, something that nobody else has, and this is happening now. And I think that's what convinces them to do it, and we can really add something that gives their passenger better wellness, better sleep, the food tastes better, the drinks taste better, and I think this is an appealing message.
And then I believe what you've said is that for the 777X program, you do get sales before they actually launch the aircraft, so to say. So can you just remind us that if their timeline holds, when could we start to see sales for you?
So I mean, for us it was a huge milestone last year when we got the serial production approval from Boeing. It's called Black Label. Then all the development work is done, and you're allowed to deliver production units. And we delivered quite a lot of production units, and I think you even can see that in our numbers for Q1 23 and Q2 23. And then, of course, they have the delay of the aircraft, but they've been now firm for the last 2 years on 25 certification. So if that holds, and they see that holds with FAA, my prediction is that maybe late this year or more likely Q1 we can resume deliveries to the 777X.
And with that, we're approaching the time limit here. So I would say thank you to both of you for coming here, and best of luck in the future.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity analyst here at ABG, and I will be moderating our upcoming presentation, which will be given by Mr. Erik Danemar, CFO at Ferronordic. He will give a roughly 15 to 20-minute presentation, and then the remainder of the time we will do some Q&A. So with that being said, Erik, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I'll try to give you a rounded picture of who we are and what we do, and then you can ask a bit more specific questions at the Q&A session. So Ferronordic was founded in 2010. At that time, we were operating mainly in Russia. We were the only distributor of Volvo construction equipment in Russia at the time. We then added further brands to the portfolio, including Sandvik, Detta, and Swedish Rottne forestry equipment. In 2022, when the conflict broke out, we sold our Russian business at the end of that year, in December of 2022, and left Russia. In 3 years before then, in 2019, we had also expanded into Kazakhstan with Volvo construction equipment, and also Mecalac makes backhoe loaders, French, German brand. In 2020, we also expanded into Germany, where we don't do construction equipment. Mind you, we do trucks, Volvo and Renault trucks, again for Volvo. And not so long ago, in November 2023, we expanded to the United States again with our partner Volvo Construction Equipment. We acquired a dealer there. I'll get into a little bit more detail on that on this slide here. So again, last of November last year, we acquired Rudd Equipment Company. We paid $10 million for 2 properties and 95 million for 100% of the equity or shares in Rudd. We funded 60 million of that with our own cash, and the residual 45 with a bank loan from Nordea Bank. We also had a working capital facility with Nordea. During the full year of 2023, on preliminary estimates, still they report US GAAP, so that's our conversion. They had revenue of about 258 million and operating profit of 21 million. So based on those preliminary estimates for 2023, we paid about 5 times earnings before tax, or 7.3 enterprise value to operating profit. And we paid about $14.5 million of goodwill based on the PPA that was concluded after the acquisition, and that has been audited by KPMG. And moved Ferronordic after the sale of the Russian business from a big net cash position to a net debt position, but with a big operation in the US. A few metrics on again our profile. So when we started in 2010, we were 160 people. Now above 800. That's for Q1 this year. Revenue not like for like there. So you want to maybe take the 24 revenue times 4. So about 4 times where we were, given that that's just 1 quarter you see there. Outlets 7 times more than we had in the beginning with our new profile. And you see here also what our revenue split looks like, or revenue mix. So equipment and trucks around 60%, aftermarket sales say 30%, and other revenue, mainly rental business, being around 10, here 6 in this quarter. You will also see on your lower point here the geographical distribution, so 60% US in the first quarter. It was a strong quarter in the US, and it was a weak quarter in Germany and Kazakhstan, especially Kazakhstan actually. So probably 55, something like that, and 40 to Germany or around there. Something on the profile. Aftermarket focus. So this ties back to the previous slide, but it's a very important one. You can see there the revenue share coming from aftermarket, that is service and parts, in the US and in Germany. This is really the core of our business. It's the most important part. Our CEO slapped me on the finger if I ever say sales and service company, it should always be service and sales company. Service comes first to make sure that our customers' productivity and uptime is maximum all the time. That's when they buy the machines, and that's what feeds the virtuous circle that provides us with activity to do. So really the service part first, so that our customers have maximum productivity. I tend to say that we sell small factories, even more so I think in construction equipment than maybe in trucks, but in both areas. Small factories that the customers use to be productive, to produce or move earth or what they do. And these small factories demand service and they consume spare parts. And we need to be there to be sure that they operate all the time. Also, I mean, if you look at the economics of the business, the aftermarket has bigger margins than the original sales and typically other revenue as well. That comes back in these slides, actually. So these are our strategic objectives, how we want to create value for our shareholders. Leadership in the market for construction equipment. This isn't necessarily to be the biggest. It's hard to be in Germany when we're up against Mercedes AMN, which has 30 and 25% of the market. But we want to be the best to our customers and always offer the best service. Aftermarket absorption of one. This is important, especially if you work in a more cyclical business or volatile markets. What this means is that the gross margin from the aftermarket, so again, service and parts, should cover the fixed cost of the business. So even if we don't sell a single new piece of equipment, we should still cover on a break-even level. We're not there in Germany and not on an overall basis for the business either. We were historically when we still had Russia, which was a very big business, but this is an objective for us to get to. Expansion into related business areas. So this is really leveraging the platform. We put infrastructure in place. How can we do more than we do without conflicting with our current partners? So we don't want to bring in any competitive equipment to our current partners, but we want to expand and complement so we can offer a bigger product range to our customers and also use our platform more efficiently. Expansion of contracting services. This was again something we did a lot of in the past. This is where customers, instead of buying a piece of equipment, typically a heavy excavator and an articulated hauler, they pay us per cubic meter. We own the equipment, we hire the operator, we run all the service and the fuel logistics, and we are very confident that this is, at the very least, part of the mobility market of the future. Possibly be a very big part of it, but the fact that it will be there, we're quite sure. So we want to have a space in that industry going forward as well and see great potential to leverage that. I think any player needs leading digital service and sales platform, but we work in a industry with predictive maintenance potential. We can service machines, should service machines and trucks before they break down to maximize productivity, and that's what this is about, integrating these signal systems with our sales platforms, and geographic expansion, which we of course have engaged in, as you've seen, going into Kazakhstan and Germany and now US, and something that we want to build on where it makes sense, where we can add value and it makes sense to our platform. Won't dwell on this. Our product portfolio, again, Volvo Construction Equipment is the biggest part now, and then followed by Volvo and Renault Trucks. And then you have a lot of other brands, Hitachi in the US, Link-Belt in the US, Sandvik, an important partner as well, and Mechelek Sandvik in Kazakhstan as well.
Really just looking at the footprint, so you get a sense on this slide here. The head office in our US business is in Louisville, and we are in 9 states, all or parts of them. US is the second biggest market after China for construction equipment, and market in our area was around 4,000 machines in 2022. In Germany, also, not only we would argue, strategically located in Germany in the center of Europe's biggest market for trucks, but also in the center of Europe when trucks go through from Portugal to Poland or in other directions. So a good piece of the market there. Kazakhstan, a very big to the in terms of geography market, bigger than people maybe realize, and also now acquiring an interesting hub role in the region with a lot of Turkish and Chinese involvement in that market. Very briefly on the first quarter, just so where we got to, we published last Thursday. We called the quarter a strong start or a good start in the US. Indeed, we had a very, very good start in the US, both in terms of top line and profitability. We had 86% revenue growth, and that's really not organic, but driven by the contribution from the US. Similarly, operating profit of 21, also, as we'll see, driven by the US. For those of you that may have seen the net income number, that is very much driven by a big foreign exchange gain. Now with net assets in US dollars and to some extent, or actually a big extent euro, but the euro moved less in this quarter, we will see these volatility from foreign exchange swings. And then again, net debt, as I mentioned, we had 378 net cash in the third quarter of last year, and now we have a net debt position of 1.5, mainly, of course, as a result of that acquisition. To some extent, also an increase in working capital that we want to work down through this year. I think I have 3 minutes. Yeah, so again, looking just a little bit more at the detail there, you can see, as I mentioned, big revenue growth, but it's really driven by that contribution from the US. Otherwise, Germany organically on its own was down in terms of revenue, and it was mostly driven by new sales. Aftermarket sales, which is very important, was up 9% year on year, but sales of new trucks declined significantly, partly driven by a weaker macroeconomy and market in Germany. CA, which is Central Asia, i.e. Kazakhstan at the moment, very weak quarter in the first. There we had, sadly, a number of natural disasters, both floodings and earthquakes, so that partly disrupted the market in Kazakhstan in the first quarter. Operating profit 60 in the US, minus 12 in Germany. Germany, we're not happy with that. We have announced in the fourth quarter of last year, we started a cost efficiency program, which we will work through in this quarter as well. We started then in the fourth quarter and will work through to the end of the second quarter of this year. And then we hope to have achieved the same savings we're aiming for. And again, Kazakhstan, too low. It's the nature of our business that commissions go down when we sell less, so you have some cushioning on the cost side of sales costs mainly. Net income, I mentioned, driven by foreign exchange. Cash flow positive on an operational level. Significant capex, and that may you may ask what that is. It's mainly in the rental fleet in the US, and rental in the US is a sales channel. They put machines into the rental fleet, rent them, but they also sell these out continuously to customers. Not a way we do things in Europe or in Kazakhstan, but it's an important sales channel there, important to be competitive. So that's what that reflects. And then net debt, I mentioned, still strong balance sheet in terms of equity to total assets at 33%, and book equity of 1.7, which makes it a price to book of something like half almost. Yeah. So with that, I think I've just made it.
Perfect. That leaves us with around 10 minutes for Q&A, so I'll start right off. And I'll start off with your newest and now largest segment in the US. When you announced this acquisition in November, you described it as a first step of expanding into the US market, implying that there is future expansion to be expected. So can you just elaborate a bit on your plans in the more mid to long term in the US?
Yes, very cautiously, I can do that. No, I think, I mean, as I mentioned, it is part of our core strategy to look for opportunities for geographical expansion. It makes sense for a dealer of our size to expand geographically per se, because it's a way to utilize the group costs and the overhead you have more efficiently. It's a way to build a broader dialogue against your suppliers, your OEMs, as we do, and we will continue to look for that. That said, I think we're also aware that we want to digest what we have just acquired. We have a program in Germany to improve that business. We want to show that we can get that right, and that's taking some of our management attention. So a combination, I think, of digesting that, getting Germany in place, stabilizing, and then looking for new opportunities. With the caveat said that sometimes opportunities appear, and we want to be nimble and be able to react to them as well, somewhat opportunistically. But again, the bias would be first we digest this and settle it.
And we've seen you expand in different ways. We've seen you acquire large companies, but we've also seen you sort of with greenfield or brownfield expansions in new workshops. Can you just sort of elaborate what the pros and cons are of those, and what if there's one that's perhaps more attractive for the US market?
I think, I mean, the US is quite a mature market, in contrast to our background where we came from. I mean, I showed you we had 6 workshops when we started in 2010, and at the peak we actually had 112. So really a broad rollout, and then we rolled it back somewhat to find an optimal level. I think in the US again, the market is fairly well penetrated. The competitors are there. Volvo is there with different representatives in some of the states. Volvo still operates on its own, and when I say Volvo here, I mean the construction equipment part, which is where we went in the US. So it's probably acquisitions is more likely there as a start. And then there is a question, I mean, even in our area now, we can speak about geographic expansion within the US, we can, meaning different states, we can speak in the world, meaning looking at different regions or a country's markets, but also within our area. And within our area, is there room for better network coverage? To some extent, probably. So then I'm speaking about more rolling out further workshops in our area. So there is also some room for that. When we build ourselves, I mean, here it's I think build replacement cost arguments that we're looking at. What is the best economics to achieve the best results, and really trying to weigh in all the factors of having a state-of-the-art modern workshop, like built one in Hanover in Germany, from the scratch with solar panels and all the new electric charging stations, or if we can find a bargain purchase of something that is used and we can really convert it into something we need. So opportunistic there as well.
And to sort of understand the market dynamics in the US, obviously there's been a lot of talk about the big infrastructure projects from the government. It's also prevalent sort of extractionary industries there as well. What really drives construction equipment demand, or what has driven it and what will drive it forward?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think, I mean, you probably have several levels of drivers. On the one hand, you have the beta, I guess you could call it, the market growth, the GDP, which is a fairly strong correlation with construction sector, et cetera, which drives what we're doing. On another hand, you have commodity prices, which can also drive we felt that in our history a lot copper prices went up, and copper projects in gold, we've worked a lot with gold companies. Gold prices go up, and the DCF models of the gold companies allow a lot more. They open new projects and they need new equipment for that. And then you have a third level, which is government investment programs. Infrastructure, road building, bridge building, railroad, all this takes a lot of construction equipment. Whereas the normal construction, other construction would more sit in the GDP bracket here. So that's all, if you will, sort of exogenous to us. We try to capitalize on it to the best extent we can, but it's external driven. And then we have what's internal to us, which is where we, of course, again, by providing, really starting with the service, providing the best service, the best parts availability, machines can never stand still. That's the rule. That's when our customers lose productivity and they lose money, actually. We can increase our market share. And then in that very same market, even whether it's moving or not, we can still grow our sales of both equipment and aftermarket. And maybe just to add here also, I mean, I say aftermarket is everything, but it is. But we need the population to service. So a population is very important to build for future business. You put that park of machines or park of factories, as I called it, out in the market, and then you can service it in the years going forward.
And switching subjects a bit, but historically, when you were in Russia, you started to ramp up this new revenue channel of contracting services, and you've sort of, it was very lucrative at the time, and you've hinted that this might make a comeback in one of your newer geographies. Can you take some time to explain that model and how we should think about that in terms of a comeback in the future?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, so the basic of the model is, if we take the old core model, a customer bought a piece of equipment, and then they hired operators, and they called us when they wanted our service or parts. And then it's really a scale towards what we call contracting services. You have something called cold rent, where they rent a piece of equipment, but they have their own operator. They have something called hot rent, which is where they rent the equipment and the operator from us. So we have that. And then they have various service packages, which you add onto it. So more and more integration with us. And then you have furthest, if in my allegory here at least, to the right, contracting services, where we, again, own the machine. We do all the servicing, the parts, the service maintenance work that needs to be done, and we operate the machine, and the customers pay us only per cubic meter. This moves the asset to our balance sheet, which does imply different risk. We try to manage that by signing 3-year contracts at least with customers for this, and basically this equipment should at least be refurbished after 3 years, because for these kind of works that they do in contract services, they should work 22 hours per day. Very high utilization, so they're actually worn down after 3 years. Now, I think one of the very, strong reasons that it aligns interests in a different way with customers. We're kept very tight by competition to be, as I said, as efficient as we can with parts and service. But at the end of the day, in the old model, if we speak abstractly about it, the more a machine breaks down, the more sort of reserve and parts you need to put on it. Again, very kept tight by competition and wanting the need to progress our position and always improve. But in this model, the interests are aligned in such that we really want as little interruption to these machines as possible. They pay per cubic meter, and we just want to get them those cubic meters delivered at the very least costs for everybody. And that will push down the cost there in a way that I think is, again, a part of the future. And I think our OEM partners are also quite excited about that business model.
I understand. I think we have time for one final question, and we haven't really talked about Germany yet, so I'll ask a question. There are a clearly weaker market for trucks in Germany right now, and I'm not going to ask you to predict when the market will get better, but how are you adapting to the current situations, and what's your action plan until sort of we see a recovery in the German truck market?
Yeah. That's a good question. Well, as you say, the market is weak. We've seen a big turn. We have gone from a post-COVID situation of supply constraints, which was a situation that caused a lot of problems for I think, a lot of players in the industry, including us. We had to order 12-month ahead trucks to get something at all during those supply constraints. And then we have a whiplash effect where they get delivered. And now we find ourselves instead in a situation where the market is somewhat, it is demand constrained. So now the supply is there, and you have supply of new trucks, used trucks, and rental trucks, and demand is soft. So this is happening in the market in Germany. We are taking actions, as we announced in our reports, by adapting our organization. We built up in last year for a bigger market to come, both in terms of new sales and aftermarket, and we have to adapt that organization to make it more resilient. So it goes back in a way to what I said about this absorption rate, to be able to carry ourselves in Germany better. We're not going to get to full absorption in the short term. That will take longer term, but get to a much stronger situation than there. So we launched a program by which we've shrunk the number of sales areas, so concentrated those. So it's really a way of working horizontally under an organization, but also vertically, very hard on the top overhead G&A lines, basically, to cut costs there and become more efficient. All of it without, we try hard not to have any negative impact on that very important aftermarket.
I understand. And with that being said, we've used up our time. So I'd like to thank you for your presentation and for answering my questions. And also thank you to everyone listening in.
All right, welcome back to Investor Days. My name is Derek Lalberté. I'm an analyst at ABG covering mainly investment companies and media companies. And it is with great pleasure today that I can introduce Thomas Bergström, who is the CEO of the investment company Byggmästaren. By now, I'm sure you're familiar with the setup. We'll have roughly a 20-minute presentation by Thomas and followed by a five-minute Q&A. So with that, I hand over to you, Thomas, to present Byggmästaren.
Thank you, Derek. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. We have not taken part in many of these events the past few years. I expect that we are less known to many of you, and I will therefore try to give kind of a high-level overview of who we are, what we do, how we have performed, and perhaps give a few comments on the Q1 results that we published last week. So Byggmästaren in short, we are a Swedish investment company listed on First North. We work with active ownership, focusing on creating long-term value for shareholders. We measure that as development of net asset value, substansvärde in Swedish, as many of you know. We focus on what we like to call profitable quality companies with proven, sustainable, and scalable business models, strong market positions, excellent management teams, well-incentivized management teams, and we like to see organic growth, obviously, and also M&A growth in buy and build strategies. We would like to be a significant owner in the different companies we engage in, typically the largest owner, and we would like to be active in those companies. We have a portfolio of 6 active companies, 2 listed companies, 4 non-listed companies. So with an older terminology, we are a mixed investment companies that have both types of investments. As of Q1, published last week, we have a net asset value of 2.2 billion SEK. Market cap is 1.9 billion, which give a small discount to NAV. We've been listed on First North since December 2014. And we have, during the past 5 years, had an average development of our net asset value of slightly more than 13% per year, measured since Q1 2019. And we are happy to have 2,500 shareholders in the company. Brief look back at the history. The name Byggmästaren goes back to the late 1800s when my chairman and our largest owner, Michael Ahlström's grandfather was a constructioner in the south of Sweden. Michael then reinitiated this name in 2013 when he initiated a real estate investment together with 4 co-investors here in Stockholm. Those properties were held until 2018 when they were divested and generated a good return for those first 5 years. Since then, let's say early 2019, we've been more of an ordinary investment company investing in operating businesses. We have had kind of a situation-driven approach. We've kept a low profile and kept things fairly simple up until now. Starting with the Q1 report last week, we intend to be more precise, communicate better, and focus more on what we think is our core investment criteria going forward. And I will come back to that a little bit later. If we look at how we would like to create value, this is not something new for those who follow Swedish well-run investment companies. We focus on a few investments. We would like to be very close to those companies and those businesses, always on the board. We don't mind the chair seat. We like to know a lot about the businesses and the companies and also the people. So we work as active owners. As I said, we like buy and build strategies. Several of our existing holdings have been very successful with that strategy. We are long term. We like to own companies for a long time, although we, of course, test and discuss whether we can continue to be a good owner for the company. And we like to work with co-owners, board, obviously management, and also rely on our network for advice and support. With this model, in 2024, it's difficult to find good investments. You need to find investments with certain criteria. I have a wish list here, which we and many others look for. It needs to be the right size, and there needs to be a situation. And preferably, of course, as I said, scalable businesses easy to understand, and sustainable business models. The underlying market needs to be big enough to grow for a long time. We have labeled it at around $1 billion globally. We like companies that serve an existing and growing real customer need. And obviously, we like to see historical profitability and cash flows and so on. And of course, reasonable valuation and balance sheet criteria. We think for new investments, we believe our typical entry ticket is somewhere between 50 and 300. I think maybe 300 is maybe a stretch at the moment, but so more perhaps in the lower end of this range. And we would like to be a owner with influence, which in non-listed assets definitely mean more than 20%. In listed assets, it can mean above 10%, but typically the largest owner. The current portfolio is valued at 2.2 billion in Q1. We have two big holdings that account for 70%. We like them a lot. It's one non-listed asset and one listed asset. Safe Life, not very well known so far to the public. It's a global leader in the distribution and rental of AEDs, automatic external defibrillators. We came into this company in 2020 when we supported the founders with their third acquisitions. Since then, we have made 21 more acquisitions, and we are, with this company, the market leader in Europe. We believe we are the leader in Canada, and we compete for the #1 position in the US with this business. They are currently turning about 1.6 billion in rolling 12 months. We own 33% of this company at the moment. Green Landscaping, perhaps more well-known. They were here yesterday and presented, I know. We came into this company in 2018 when it was much smaller. This company has also executed a successful buy and build strategy. Now consists of more than 50 companies in Sweden, Norway, Finland, Lithuania, and last year we opened Germany and Switzerland. They are now at around 6 billion SEK of revenues and have a LTM EBITA margin of above 8%. We own about 16% of this company, and they are listed on main market mid-cap. And then we have a number of non-listed and listed assets. We own Team Olivia, 17%. It's a large Swedish, Danish, Norwegian healthcare provider that we have been in since 2019. We own 90% of Fasticon, which is a very well-run and profitable staffing and recruitment company. 165 million SEK of revenues, 13-14% EBITDA margin. We own 63% of GT Media, which is a media company here in Sweden, and we own 20% of Infrea, which is a infrastructure company also listed on the stock exchange. Our performance to date then, since we became an investment company in 2019, or if we go back already all the way back to 2013, approximately slightly more than 200 million SEK went into this company when it was founded 2013, and then in connection with the listing in December 2014. And now, disregarding dividends during this time, we are at a NAV of around 2.2 billion, as I said. So roughly speaking, 10x in 10 years. If we look at the 5 years since we became an investment company, starting with Q1 2019, as I said earlier, we've had annual average growth in NAV of 13.2%. Share price development, it turns out, is the same. So that means that the discount to NAV looks to be the same now as it was in Q1 2019. And the broad index during the same time has given close to 11% in annual growth. Some key metrics on the right side. We had in the Q1 a NAV per share of 300 SEK per share. Latest when I looked a few days ago, we traded at around 270, 269. So with a discount of around 10%. I guess it's fair to say that during these 5 years, it's been quite a strange market for a value investor, as many of you, of course, also has experienced. I mean, we started with a pandemic in early 2020. We have wars, still have wars. We've had runaway inflation, at least it looked like that for a time being, and we've had rising interest rates and many strange things. Now it seems to be back at normal again, which we think is good for a company like us. But we are happy with this development given the circumstances, although we of course strive for more. If we look at the performance per holding instead, and look at the 6 different companies we are engaged in, those 6 companies, if we look at what we have invested and where they stand now, we are around 3x on those 6 companies, with different entry points, of course, and the IRR, or the annual average return on that capital, is around 30%. Of course, driven by the 2 largest holdings. As I said before, Safe Life accounts for 40% of NAV, and Green for about 30%. Both have had a really good development. And of course, as you know, time eats IRR. So the longer the holding period, the lower the IRR, given the same money multiple. But we are happy with those developments, and we think they can continue much further, actually. Team Olivia, we've been in since 2019. It's been a fairly difficult sector in the past few years. We came in at a good level. We will come out at a reasonable level, although it's not fantastic. We valued our share in the Q1 at 210 million SEK, the same as in Q4. Going down to the bottom of this page, the media company was a situation-driven investment in the early parts of 2020 during the pandemic. We've helped them move forward. We made a transformative divestment at the end of last year, and we have now in Q1 this year received dividends that has given us twice the investment back so far, and then we continue to own the remaining part of that business. So let's see how that plays out. Fasticon, as I said, we've owned that since 2015. It's been a very good cash generator for us. So we have net invested around 30 million, and has received 73 million of dividends in the past few years, and it currently stands at a valuation of 100 in our books. And then the low performer in this group, Infrea, more of a tough journey so far. We came in 2019 in this company, worked with it. 2023 was a tough year in this sector. Generally, we also had some internal problems here. We have a new CEO since September last year, doing a lot of good things. The order book is strong, and I believe that there will be a lot of investments into the Swedish infrastructure sector over the next coming years. I'm very confident that they will come back to different levels. Board of directors, which essentially is a very strong support to the four of us who work at Byggmästaren on a daily basis. I mentioned Michael Ahlström to the left. Long history in private equity, started Procuritas in the late 1980s. He's the chairman of the board. And then we have a number of other directors which are very supportive. And this essentially works as, of course, as the investment committee for us. We regularly discuss the existing portfolio, and we, of course, discuss and process new opportunities in our business. Cap table, or our partners, as I like to see them. Happy to say that the original 5 investors, Michael and the 4 original investors, are still the 5 largest shareholders of the company. Then we have our friends at Spiltan as number 6. And then others in the board and management owns a significant part of the shares outstanding. So it's a lot of own capital here in the cap table, which is important to us. And we think between all of us, between the shareholders and the board, we think we have quite some experience from developing companies and working with investments. A few comments perhaps on Q1, which we released last week. As I said in the beginning, we reported a net asset value per share of 300 SEK, which was an increase from 278 in Q4, i.e. around 8%, in line with I think the index during Q1. We did not make any new investments or divestments during Q1. However, we received dividends from 2 of our different holdings, in total 130 million approximately. We expect some more cash flows from the portfolio in Q2. We had cash at hand end of March of around 150 million SEK. If we look at the portfolio, there was quite a lot of activity. Team Olivia has made 2 divestments during Q1. Early this year, in January, they announced the sale of the Swedish care business to Attendo, and that transaction closed early April. And then a while ago, they announced the sale of the Norwegian business to Humana, and that transaction is expected to close in a couple of weeks. And left in Team Olivia is then the Danish business and the Swedish personal assistance division. Infrea, supported by us, launched a rights issue in February, and that was completed now in April. So we have invested in April another 17 million in Infrea, which was our pro rata share. The issue was oversubscribed. And finally, Safe Life, our largest holding, did a new financing round during Q1, closed just between Q1 and Q2, where they raised another 350 million in the primary issue to fund future growth. And almost immediately after closing, they did 2 new acquisitions, one in the US and one in the UK. Last week, we also had our AGM. The shareholders decided on on a dividend of 1.3 kronor per share, up from 1.10 last year. And we have earlier this year said that we aim to go for Nasdaq main market during 2024. And we confirmed last week that those plans are continuing according to plan. So sometime during this year, we hope to make that change. And then perhaps as a final comment, for an investment company, it's important to be transparent, and it's easy to understand the financials. So we have, starting with Q1, we have transitioned to a new accounting standard called IFRS 10, also known as the investment company standard, where all holdings, regardless of ownership, is treated as a financial investment. So value changes flow through the P&L and into the equity. So in a perfect world, with some minor differences in the future, our net asset value will be equal to our book equity. So that is a simplification, both for the external world, but also for us at the company. With that, I think I'm finished, and thank you, Derek.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Thomas. So I'd like to start off here the Q&A session with top level, because I think it's very important. I mean, if we look back to the IPO around 2014, 2015, you have delivered an excellent performance, as you mentioned. I think it's also worth noting that it's been very steady. I think if you look at the NAV, it's only 1 year or something that the NAV was actually down. The share price has done really well also, but because of the discount varying, it's been a bit more volatile. But I think it's interesting to note this underlying solid development despite the many sectors you're involved with. So I was wondering, you mentioned the performances, the IRRs, etc. But what would you say since the IPO have been actually the top 3 drivers of your own performance in value?
I think you have to divide those 10 years in 2 different periods. I mean, the first 5 years we were a real estate company, and they saw something in 2013. They made the investment, and then during those years, of course, interest rates went down and property values went up. The intention was never to sell those properties, but the story I've been told is that there were a lot of others who wanted to buy them in 2017 and 2018. So I think actually the AGM in 2018 took the decision to sell the properties. So that was the decision made. And during that time, I think out of the 2.2 billion that we have now in assets, that property transaction resulted in about half of that. So NAV after the property deal was around 1 billion. And then the second part of this period, the last 5 years, we've been, as I said, quite situation driven, tried to find good opportunities with good value. At the same time, we had initially, during 2019, 2020, we had quite a large amount of cash on the balance sheet at then yielding 0 in return. Now cash is yielding a bit more, but I think that needs to be taken into account as well when you look at the overall performance. But we have been able to select interesting investments, and hopefully we've done something good. But it's all about finding the right people and finding the right investment. If we have management teams like in Green Landscaping and in Safe Life and in others, that's what you look for as an owner.
For sure. Sounds very good. And I think we just have time for one more, but you mentioned these divestments here from Team Olivia and also from GT Media, for example, putting you here in Q1 at a net cash position of 150 to 160 million. How should we look at this going forward? I presume you're prioritizing finding new investments, but what is your sort of target when it comes to the balance sheet for the company and priorities from here?
We are looking at new investments. We have seen an increased inflow the past few months, and we now also have a capacity, both operationally and financially, to look at new investments. Those divestments that we did in Q4 in a few of the companies were partly driven by the refinement of our strategy. So we wanted to release cash to deploy those in type of companies that we want to see going forward. So we are looking, but as I said, it's the competition for good companies and good assets is it's very different now than 20 years ago or 30 years ago. There are many investors looking for companies like this. So it's important to look at many opportunities, meet a lot of people, and drink a lot of coffee. That's what we look for.
Yep, got it. I think that's it. We're out of time. This is, as I mentioned, a quick format, but hopefully we'll be able to follow up soon again. And thank you very much, Thomas and Byggmästaren, for participating today.
Thank you.
Yes, hi and welcome everyone for the next presentation of this day. My name is Daniel Torsson, analyst at ABG, covering IT and technology companies. And for this presentation, we will have Proact and the CEO Jonas Hasselberg with us. So I leave the word over to you, Jonas. Please present Proact, and I will have a couple of questions in the end.
Will do. Thank you, Daniel, and apologize everyone that I couldn't be there in person. I'm out of town on business, but I'll try to do this as good as possible over video. So we'll talk about, and if you skip a few slides forward here, Daniel, please. We'll talk about our Proact. We'll talk a little bit about our market. We'll talk a little bit about the financials, but I'll start here. For those of you who do not know the company, we are a tech company based out of Stockholm. We've been around for, it's actually our 30th anniversary this year, so we're quite proud of having been in the tech business for so long. Founded in Stockholm, but I've grown out across the Nordics and into Europe, as you can see on the map here. Sweden still the largest market for us, but we're big in Germany, big in Netherlands, big in the UK, Norway, Finland, Baltics, Czechia, and so on. So quite a good presence in Northern Europe. We deliver IT solutions to a large number of large customers across Europe. Turning over just short of 5 billion Swedish. And of course, we're listed here on the Stockholm stock market. And one thing you'll hear me talk about a lot this next couple of minutes is that we not only are with 1,200 people, but one thing that is differentiating us is that we only do the things that we are really good at. So these are really skilled people in our company, and they're definitely experts in their respective fields. And that's an important part of our journey. And we have a good growth journey of the past couple of years. Like I said, we're just about to break through the 5 billion Swedish mark and also been on a decent journey in terms of increasing our profitability, which is doubled over the next couple of the past couple of years. And on the next slide, I'll just dig a little bit deeper into how we are serving Europe. So we are organized or grouped, I should say, into 4 different regions, and you can see them on this map. So Nordic and Baltics is the red part on the map here. It's definitely our largest market in terms of revenue, as you can see, but Germany and Czechia, which is our second largest region, called Central, is eager to catch up, and then followed by West with Netherlands and Belgium, which in turn is followed by UK, are all eager to catch up with the Nordic region. So we are quite decentralized, which is important to our culture and our ability to meet customers locally in each of our markets. We understand our local customer needs very well. We can act very quickly on market trends. We know the competition to beat. At the same time, we are centralizing a few important functions, and the most important one is the delivery of our own cloud services. And you can see on the map here, we are centralizing that delivery to 4 different delivery centers. And this gives us decentralized management, decentralized accountability, but with the scalability of centralized delivery of our cloud services. One thing in particular maybe to highlight is that we do deliver these services 24 hours a day, in particular maybe our security services, which is obviously becoming more and more important. So we are manning our security monitoring centers 24 hours per day and can both detect and respond to attacks on our customers or our own data centers for that matter within seconds. So that's a little bit how we're structured across Europe. I'll speak a little bit about the market on the next slide, where the question around what do we actually do, which is a very good question. I'll try to give a couple of examples here in terms of what is, when we speak about technology and IT and us being an IT company, what does that mean? Well, we try to help large and medium-sized customers with what we call the infrastructure that power the customer's mission-critical use cases. And I'll give a couple of examples here on this slide. On the top left, we're recently helping a large customer in the healthcare. It's a hospital in the healthcare industry with digitizing their patient records. It's a regulatory requirement in the UK, so they have to do it, but it's also, of course, geared to real business benefits in terms of freeing up time from the doctors and the nurses and the clinical staff to spend time with the patients, not time in administration. So that's one very important business benefit. But the other one is obviously privacy. We talk about millions of patient records that have to be stored and managed in a very, very professional and safe way. So we are helping this customer with what for them is definitely a mission or maybe even a life-critical use case of helping their patients while maintaining then a low amount of administrative task and a very high degree of privacy. So it's just one example where we deliver the underlying servers and application structures for them to be able to do that. There's another example here, which we call a software as a service scenario. This is a Swedish customer. They deliver a service to their hundreds of thousands of small companies across Sweden to do their financial reporting and accounting. So it's effectively an application they do over the cloud to manage their financial reporting. Obviously, their customer, for them, it's critical that all the data is maintained. This is the core of their business, all their financial data, all their customer data, all their invoicing, all their bookkeeping. So they really need to make sure that this data is kept in a robust and reliable way. We've been helping them with designing the technical architecture for their application. We've helped them design redundant data centers so they have geographically distributed servers and networking and applications. So if there's any incident in one end of the country, they can move their traffic over to another geographical part of the country. They, of course, want to have their technical staff to focus on application development and evolving the benefits to their customer. So they're outsourcing the management of this infrastructure to us. So we deliver this as a service, as a cloud service, so doing backup, disaster recovery, on behalf of the customer. And obviously our consultants have been in there and our support engineers to make sure that this whole infrastructure is up and running. So that's just a couple of examples of how we help customers translate business critical needs and use cases into infrastructure, server, storage, networking, the management of all of this to something that's robust, reliable, and secure. We have a very complete portfolio of products and services, and we can deliver this to our customers either in a resale business, so they buy equipment from us and manage it themselves, or, which of course is more and more common, they buy it as a service from us. So we deliver it through our own portfolio of cloud services. And we'll break that down a little bit on the next coming of slides. So if you move to the next. You can see here we have 4 categories of products and services. Still what we in our terminology call systems. So this is a reselling of hardware and software, again, very customized for our customers. So this could again be AI servers for artificial intelligence use cases, could be large storage servers for huge amounts of data, could be networking equipment to connect multiple sites, or all of the above in a more complex combination. We sell support, so this is technical expertise to our customers to make sure that those systems are up and running 24/7 a day, that everything is working the way they expect. The lights are green on all the servers. The third category, and the most important one, is that all our customers are obviously moving to a world where they don't have the skills or do not want to have the skills or manage all this themselves. They want to buy it as a service. So same technical functionality, but they buy it on a subscription basis from Proact instead. So we have a broad range of what we call managed cloud services. Again, same range of things, storing data, transporting data through networking, securing the data, analyzing the data, running application that consumes the data. So a wide range of software as a, or technology as a service, I should say. And then last, and frankly also least in terms of revenue, but very, very important, a range of consulting services to help our customers, anything from designing their architecture. So how do we design the technology architecture that can really cope with the strategy we're trying to do, solve our business problems, pursue those business opportunities. We help them transform their applications and their data. We migrate them into modern technology architectures, we train them, we operate their equipment. So a quite broad range of consulting services. And then I just highlight a few things in terms of areas of expertise. It's non-exhaustive, but maybe just reflecting some of the key trends in the marketplace. Cybersecurity, of course, super important, ever-increasing amount of attacks. Not only about preventing attacks, but frankly, most of our customers are realizing there's no guarantee that you are not attacked. So you also need then help to be able to restore your environment. So we're helping customers both with preventive services, but equally so with services to restore their environments in case there is actually an attack. Number 2 here, application development to speed up time to market of applications. AI, of course, super important, very hyped. And then Microsoft as a very important technology provider across any industry. So if we move on, we live in a market that is growing quite rapidly. It's driven by a couple of different things. Again, the business needs of our customers, the underlying driver, this need to use technology to evolve their business, or digital transformation, as we would call it. So that's number 1. Number 2, again, the threat of cyber attacks. Good trend around sustainability. A lot of our customers comment and say, hey, we're using a lot of IT equipment. It's consuming huge amounts of electricity. Can you help us become more sustainable? And yes, we can. So this is an area where we're seeing a significant increase in expectation and demand from customers, which I think is positive. And then more to the right, more maybe technology trends like using modern cloud technology to get the flexibility, the speed, the programmability of the technology, and the ever-increasing demand for data. So overall, good growth drivers in our marketplace that gives us an opportunity to continue our own growth journey. On the next slide, we will just briefly look at our strategy. I won't spend too much time on it, but it's obviously very important that we continue to move our brand towards being this cloud service provider, having a relevant portfolio of products and services. This is a continuous innovation wheel for us. A lot of work around now on cloud, but also AI, cybersecurity, as just a couple of examples. Scalability, super important for us. Standardizing and streamlining the delivery of our services. And nothing of this above here, none of these 3 things can be done without the right people. It's a very people-centric type of business. So obviously we spend a lot of time to attract and develop the right people. The competition is tough. It's hard to find good people, so we need to be very good. And then last but not least, all of this we try to accelerate through an active M&A agenda. And we think these together will support our strategic financial goals of more than 10% revenue growth, reaching an EBITDA profitability of 8%, and obviously shifting our whole business model to becoming a services company. Next slide, please. We'll just look a little bit on history. We've done this for quite some time, like I said, 30 years, and overall I think we are on a good growth journey. We've grown just below 10% over the past couple of years, which has been, of course, through the years of economic downturn and pandemics and all sorts of challenges. But as we look forward, we see no reason we shouldn't be able to continue to grow at the pace we've said, meaning 10% or more, both organically, but added or topped up, I should say, with acquisitions. So when we speak about this growth rate, it's a combination of our organic growth and the M&A growth. Next slide. We do not speak enough about data. Hopefully we will become a little bit better over the last couple of months. Some of our business is under contract. Of course, the cloud services I mentioned, customers sign up for contracts. We deliver them over multiple years. We invoice them on a monthly basis. Same also with our support contracts. So we combine them into something we call recurring revenue. And the good thing with recurring revenue is more predictable. These are contracts customers pay on a monthly basis. It's not so volatile. It's also a higher gross margin for us because we add more value to our customers. We've had a good growth rate over the past several years in terms of our annualized recurring revenues. So we're now almost a third of our total revenue is revenue under contract. And as we continue move our mix towards services, we'll see these numbers increase. And we'll also see a little bit of that volatility that we have seen traditionally in the reselling, the systems business, to have less of an impact, which will be good for, I think, for everyone. So good growth here and a good continued trajectory as we shift our revenue. And if we continue, we will see that we just announced a few weeks ago our Q1 results for 2024. Great growth in profitability. We increased by more than 66% in terms of profitability. A number of different things that were underpinning this growth. Definitely improvements in our services business, which is strategically important to us. So the scalability of delivery. We also had a couple of systems deals with higher than normal gross margins. That was more of, let's say, one-off positive contributions. But underlying, we're going in the right direction here. We have been, some of you know already, if you back up a little bit, Daniel, we have been entering onto a buyback of our shares program, a share buyback program, which has also been successful. We have a very strong balance sheet, so we felt it was prudent to give a little bit back through a share buyback program. So that's been positive. Recurring revenues I mentioned, and then we've done a lot of things in terms of our portfolio. You can also see here on the bottom of this slide, good cash flow generation in the quarter, and maybe more importantly, good intake of new cloud contracts. So we report something we call total contract value, or TCV, which is the value of new contracts that we have signed in the quarter. So this is new revenue coming into our books as we onboard these customers. So a good quarter overall, growth in services, great improvement in profitability, great intake of new contracts, and very strong cash flow. And then I'll just show the next slide in terms of our balance sheet, a bit of a complicated slide, but we went into the quarter. So we left last year, 2023, went into 2024 with about 80 million in cash. And then we had, as I mentioned already, very strong cash flow from our operations, quite little investments. We did the share buyback program, amortized a little bit on the leasing, and we're now with a stronger cash positive situation than in a long time. So that means we are well positioned for continued, of course, our dividend. We always do dividends. We can continue our M&A story, and of course, continue then if there's still money left here with our share buyback program over the next couple of months or quarters or years, which is great. So strong balance sheet. Quickly then, we communicated a few years back our financial targets. We touched on it already. We want to grow by at least 10% per year. You can see we're trending just shortly below that when we look at the last 12 months. We are targeting the EBITDA percentage of 8%. Good improvements over the years, but still a little bit way to go. The main drivers here we've touched on already. It's the shifting of our revenue mix to cloud services and the scalability of those cloud services. And like I said already, we see positive trends here in the quarter of this happening in reality. Third one here is if we don't want to overburden our balance sheet, we want to have a manageable debt, and we should never be above 2 times our EBITDA. Obviously, we're well below this because we're cash positive, so this is currently way below our target. Return of capital should be 20%, a little bit below, but also because we do M&A, so it has a bit of a counter effect here. And then last but not least, we should have a strong dividend story, and we try to increase that in terms of krona per share year by year. And this year, we just paid out 2 krona per share, up from 1.85 last year. So okay traction, but very positive outlook for the future across the board here. Then if we just summarize, and I'll open up for your questions here in a second, Daniel. I think very good start of the year. Of course, a good first quarter. We talked about it already. We like the trend we're seeing in our recurring revenues. It will drive that improvement in our gross margins. It will drive the predictability and stability in our business. It will drive more value add to our customers and loyalty. So very positive trends. Then in general, we see the market is improving after a couple of years of hesitation and uncertainty. I think we see improvements across all 4 regions, slightly different pacing. I think Nordic and Baltics has been strong for some time. We saw good progress this last quarter in West and the UK, and we're starting to see good light in the tunnel in Central, with Germany, of course, having been maybe hit hardest here in Europe on a macro level over the past few years. So, but good improvements in the market across the board, driven not only by partly some of these key core trends like AI and cybersecurity. So that was just a quick summary of Proact. Daniel, I'll hand over to you for questions.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much, Jonas. I start off with a question on cybersecurity. What type of demand do you see the most right now, and what is the scarce resource out there to help enterprises and public sector? Is it people and consultants, or is it product and solutions which are not good enough for?
No. The scarce and difficult thing here for anyone, in particular than customers who are not necessarily in the tech business at their core, is the skills of being able to manage all the different angles of cybersecurity. There are so many different things to think about here. You know, not just you have to do vulnerability assessments, you have to protect your perimeters, you need to be able to manage and restore, you need to have policies, training. There's so many different angles on how you manage your security. So the biggest challenge for customers is skills and resources to do this, and being able to do 24/7 every day of the week. So that would be the biggest challenge for any customer out there.
Yeah. And do you see any scarce resources in your deliverability in terms of third-party products or internal consultants? Could you deliver more if you had more resources, for example, or how do you see it?
No, I don't think that is our biggest challenge. Quite the opposite. We're doing really good here. I think the biggest trend shift, and I touched on that a little bit already during the presentation, is that 2 years ago, perhaps the only thing people asked for is, I need to protect my perimeters. I don't want people to get into my environments. I don't want ransomware on my data or in my data. I think now we're seeing a more nuanced style with our customers. They realize there is no 100% guarantee. You can do a lot of things to protect yourself, and you can definitely minimize the probability. But you also need to make sure that if, in the worst case, you are attacked, that you can restore your data and your environment. So the things that we have been doing for 30 years, data backups, secure storage solution, disaster recovery services, is one of the most sought after and demanded type of solutions currently, and one of the things we obviously do really well. So I think the complementary parts of our business now, the preventative services with vulnerability assessments, monitoring, response services, combined with the backup and the restore services, is a very good combination for us when we speak to customers.
I see. A question on cloud order intake then. It was strong here in Q1. Is that by any means driven by AI-related demand because you want to use Copilot in enterprises, or is it just the normal cloud migration we're seeing here and we should expect the AI features coming later on?
Yeah, no, not a lot driven by AI, but definitely a lot of these mission critical use cases we spoke about here. So we do see, I think we've had 2 really good quarters now with order intake, and there are definitely a lot of these broad customer use cases that I mentioned a few of. On AI, obviously a lot of customers are still in the, I don't know what to call it, the experimentation mode, the finding their way mode. Obviously, a lot of people may be experimenting with Copilot, which is built into Microsoft 365. But those real, let's say, company-specific or business-specific use cases are still not crystallizing at the level yet that we would expect. We do know a lot of our customers are experimenting. We were quite early, to be frank. I think we did our first AI implementation back in 2018. A lot of universities, healthcare, public sectors were quite early with both research on AI, but actual use cases as well. I believe what we're going to see is that a lot of the piloting and experimentation happens in what we call the public cloud, so on the Microsoft Azure cloud or on the Google cloud or on the Amazon cloud. But as they start to crystallize their actual use cases and the business cases are becoming more clear, they actually find their algorithms. They see how they can use AI for their own business benefits. They're probably going to pull some of that production back out of the cloud and back home, so to speak, if nothing else, because it's very critical data and you need to run it in a very cost-efficient way. We've seen some early signs of that happening, but it's still early days.
Excellent. A final question from me is on M&A. I mean, now you have started the buyback program. You have a net cash position, as you showed. Should we interpret that as you see a lack of M&A targets, or do you think that you could do both? And what are you looking for in terms of acquisitions?
No, we'll do both. And I think in order of priority, we will do dividend, of course. We will do M&A, and then we'll do share back in that order of priority. 2023 was slow. I think two things happened in 23 that are kind of good to bear in mind. One was that it was just in general a slower market in terms of transactions and M&A and companies being available. But maybe in our case, more importantly, a lot of our targets or potential engagements we were having, they had quite high expectations on their valuations, while at the same time the market was under pressure and their profitability was under pressure. So we saw a bit of a divergence between the sellers' expectations in terms of valuation and our ability to motivate that with their profitability trend. This year started quite differently, much more active, both in terms of the amount of companies that we are reviewing, amount of active structured sales process that we're being pitched and asked to join, companies we've engaged with and are coming back out of the more difficult times of 2023. So I think it's a much more positive marketplace right now.
Excellent. That was my final question, Jonas, and thank you very much for presenting. And
thank you.
See you next time.
Thank you very much, and take care. Will do. Take care.
Bye.
Ja. Hi and welcome everyone. My name is Mikael Kosko Rasmussen and I'm working as an equity analyst here at ABG, where I cover Danish IT and tech companies. And today I have the pleasure of welcoming Christian Sendeveld, the CEO of Penneo. And actually, Penneo has today reported its Q1 earnings. And I think, at first glance, probably not so good. But when you look at the numbers, I think they're pretty decent. But I think Christian will talk obviously about the business, Penneo, the case. But also, I think he'll mention something about the Q1 results. The drill, Christian. It's 20 minutes of presentation, then followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. So if you're ready, then please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity and welcome to all of you. I will, if you take the next slide, I will start up with a very short introduction to Penneo and our business model. And then later on, we'll go to our financials. And if you take the next slide, then what we can see here are some facts about Penneo. We are headquartered here in Copenhagen, where I am today. And we have more than 3,000 customers in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Belgium. We have a great team of 110 people. Almost half of the employees are working within product and engineering. In April 22, we went on Nasdaq Copenhagen main market. Prior to that, we were listed on First North. And one of our core strategic industries is auditing and accounting companies. And therefore, we have a fun fact here of our penetration is that in Denmark, 81% of all annual report files to the Danish Business Authority in 2022 were signed using Penneo. And if you are from Sweden and Norway or Belgium, you might have experienced the same, that you have signed the annual report using Penneo. If we take the next slide, that's a little bit about our journey. And we were founded in 2014, and we have been since then on a remarkable journey, founded by some visionaries, entrepreneurs who had this idea of killing the pen and replacing that with a digital alternative, simply to eliminate inefficiency that we have with all the manual processes around that. They co-created the solution and the support of workflows with auditing accounting. So that what came from the very beginning, and that was quite successful. And based on that solution, then we expanded into Norway and Sweden, and then later to Belgium. And going forward, you can say we have an European expansion as a vision. We also added on other solution. One is KYC, knowing your customer solution. That's part of the anti-money laundering regulation that you have to live up to that regulation. You need to have a KYC or know your customer solution for the onboarding of it. Today, here in 2024, we have a platform with the solution and with a lot of integration into third parties. And then we are on a mission to become the preferred digital signing and KYC workflow platform for the anti-money laundering regulated business-to-business company in Europe. If you take the next slide, then we have, as I said, a strategic focus on auditing accounting. And core of their business is to serve, you can say, if they were a smaller auditing company, then maybe hundreds of clients. And if it's a large one, then we talk about thousands of clients that they have. And what do they help with? That they're doing with the accounting and also the annual report. So an auditor can handle maybe more than 100 clients. And they are very busy right now because all their work often is done here in the first half and especially here in Q2. And as part of that, they need to become more and more lean in order to deliver their services because there is an increased competition. This slide shows a survey that came out last year, and they concluded that for this industry auditing accounting, the whole digitalization, increased regulation, and also employee retention is creating a vicious cycle for their industry. So in most companies, digitalization and the whole automation is translated into efficiency and productivity gains that is freeing up employee resources. So in the whole basic of what they're doing, they really have been better and better of digitalizing. But this is not enough to outweigh the growing burden of quality assurance, control, and compliance dues to increase the regulatory demands. And one of these regulatory demands is clearly to live up to the anti-money laundering regulation. And part of that is to perform, you can say, a proper know your customer. And the regulation is just getting more and more. And meanwhile, while they have these enhanced compliance requirements, A&A in general are struggling to attract and retain employees, including accounting, and adding these extra pressure on existing employees that are creating a stressful work environment. So that's really part of that issue. And then on top of that, the whole regulatory complexity is creating more demand for specialized consultancy service, and the ability to provide this is becoming a key differentiator. So not only the basis of the standard auditing and accounting, but also do more services to be able to do advice on these regulatory things. And this increased workload and complexity of tasks is driving a change in general in the industry, including consolidation, price pressure, and changes to the service portfolio. So what had been seen here, now it was a Danish one, is exactly the same in Sweden, exactly the same in Norway, and also exactly the same in Belgium and other countries in Europe. Now we also talk with German customers, and when we show this, they say yes. And when we translate that, if you go to the next slide, translate that into recognized challenges. So when we are in a direct dialogue with our say customers and potential customers, then they really also say, going into their daily work, time spent on tasks that could be automated. That's really one of the challenges. I think there are many tasks that can still be automated. So, for example, manual analog handling of signing or case file or document storage, digital tools that need to be integrated. So they might have a point solution, but it is not integrated. Employees simply spending too much time manually on onboarding and monitor clients in order to get them on board before they can serve them. And then this increased compliance demand that are hard to manage. It's difficult simply to keep up with legislation that are coming and then secure regulatory compliance. It's also difficult to keep track of all their clients. If you have 100 as an auditor, you need to be on top of their risk level and their onboarding status to live up to the regulation. Then it's also hard to deliver a satisfying client experience, which is becoming usually also a competitive factor, that the client needs to have a good experience. And it's difficult and time-consuming with all the communication forth and back with the client, when requesting, for example, a document to sign as an annual report. And also, if they're not using the full potential of the whole digitalization or have it outdated or offline or impractical or inefficient handling of document signing. And then it's also hard to deliver a satisfying employee experience. So many different tools are used in the signing process, creating room for human errors and tiny inefficiencies, and also low employee motivation and retention. So what we saw in the survey before on the whole one, that's also exactly what we see on the detail level within our domain. So if you take the next slide, that's in short, what is it that we solve? So we have created and basically co-created over the years together with auditing and accounting. In the whole, when we look at it, the client life cycle, so from a client come on board and until all the service delivered or they are offboarding or they are maintained, we have looked together with auditing and accounting, where is it that we have all the manual processes, and then we have streamlined that from an efficiency point of view, integrated the solution into their system landscape and their standard systems, but on top of that also securing that they are compliant with all the regulations, so they follow every strict that they have to do. And this solution we have co-created with some of the leading auditing and accounting, and then we have sold it to many auditing and accounting companies around these countries. And what we can see is, for example, now we have a lot of success in Belgium that are ramping up fast. And it's basically following the same path that we have seen here in Denmark in the Nordics. We have customers right now that are giving bonus to their employees after they bought the Penneo solution for the adoption. So the quicker they use our solution on all the clients, and basically out of that get both compliant and but also the efficiency, then they get a bonus. And we have even seen job ads where they have highlighted that they are using Penneo, and by that in their company they have got rid of many of these tedious manual processes. So that ties exactly back to one of the challenges that they have. It's actually a motivating factor for somebody to join if they are on a high level from a digitalization point of view. So we're very proud of that we really can see that in that way. So this is what we are delivering. That was short on what we do. Let's go into the numbers. So what is the business model behind all this and how have that evolved over time? So if you take the next slide, then I will go into some financial highlights. And if you take the next one, this is one of our core slides to show our evolvement, how our business have evolved over the years from when we were founded in 2015. This slide shows, our cohorts. And a cohort is a group of customers from a specific financial year and that got onboarded, and then the total revenue, and then how that cohort of customers have evolved over the time. And what we can see that every single cohort have grown year by year all the years. We have one cohort this time that have just gone slightly down, but otherwise that's what we have. And if you look at from a general point of view and took all cohorts, then over the first 5 years, on average, a customer that buy our solution are growing 20% year on year over the first 5 years. So that also shows if we can just get up new customers on board, and then they stay and then they grow. That's a very important part. And that's also the reason why we have invested over the last years in getting customers on board and develop them, a very key part of it. If we take the next slide, that shows now this is the latest release we have from today, showing the development during the last 12 months, coming from where did we end Q1 last year with 74.2%, and then where we are today here at 91.3%. So that's a year-on-year growth of 23%. In the last 12 months. But it also shows the division between sign and KYC. So even though the blue is not that high, sign is much bigger than the KYC solution from our platform. We also started much earlier. The KYC solution was added. And then it shows how, from a customer point of view, how many of our customers are churning. Right now we have 5%. Over the last many quarters, it have been sometimes it have been 3, it have been 4, now it is 5, and we have a rule of thumb that as long as it's below 5%, we are happy, because that represents a high level of stickiness. So when they get on board, then they stay on. Then we have the uplift. So for the last 12 months, about 13% uplift, and uplift can come from that you are onboarded to our solution. And then you are simply expanding the usage of it. So you are using, if you are an auditor, then you're using it for more and more of your clients as part of it. It can also come from cross-selling. So if they bought Sign and then later on add our KYC features to the platform that they have bought, then that's a cross-sell, and can also, of course, also be vice versa, that you bought KYC and then you add on Sign afterwards. So that's 30%. And then that goes to the existing customer portfolio, and then we have a new biz of 16% on a year-on-year, where Sign is still, an engine that are driving a lot of the business, but then also KYC from a new business, so ending up on the 91%. And so that is a business. And if you look in all our reports, you can say basically more or less half of it come from uplift if you have growth, and half of it come from new business. Now it has been a little bit less in here with the Q1 report, and then we have other reports where you say maybe the new business is a little bit lower and then the uplift a little bit higher. But this represents very much our business. If you go to the next slide, then we have a big focus on our European expansion. So we started up in Denmark, then we went into Norway and Sweden. We got a good momentum there, and then we continue in Belgium. And we were either lucky or just good to really be there when they started up. You can say be mature enough on digitalization, and then were buying into solutions like ours, and we have seen a lot of growth. So. A large portion of our growth, basically 73% of all new biz come from foreign market, and one of the key drivers that we have seen the last 12 months is Belgium, coming from a very low number and now representing our second largest market. Norway is our largest, Belgium is our second largest, and Sweden is our third. And then we also have others in other countries. but these are our main market. And what we have seen over the years, you can see quarter by quarter, our domestic market, that's Denmark, is still growing, and there's still potential to grow more. And then we're also growing our foreign market. And our focus is to grow more in the foreign market that we have in Denmark. Because of our portfolio in Denmark right now, you can say we've done all the uplift that continues to create a lot of additional business. But we are our focus. So if you look at the foreign market, on a year-on-year, that grew 30%. And if you then take the next slide, that is very much on our, some of our key SaaS metrics. So we measure our business very much, using these SaaS metrics that we follow very closely. One important part is new customers. And here we can see quarter by quarter how many customers we have onboarded. First of all, Q1 and Q3 is normally a low season, and Q2 and Q4 is a high season. And Q4 normally is the highest one, then come Q2, then is Q1 and Q3. That is basically not reflected in these numbers, because when we look at the Q1 numbers, they are very, very high on the number of new customers. Last year, we did a lot of investment in getting even better at getting new customers on board. So our whole capability of creating demands and then get them on board of our solution was a focus area, and we could see that also how that has increased. So Q4, which is a high season, we onboarded 218. That resulted in an increase of 3.8 million in ARR from new business. In Q1 2024 here, we onboarded 206. So that's, our second largest quarter ever in onboarding, and that's even in a low season. So that we are very happy about that. And if we take then the average ARR in the first year for a new customer, then has been, here we have 16.8 thousand. Last quarter was 17, then be 18, and then 16. So that's around these 17 in general. It goes a little bit up and down. If we look at our customer acquisition cost, that's very much depending on the cost. If that's more or less the same, that is very depending on number of new customers that we get on board, because we simply calculate up against the number of new customers. And under normal circumstances, Q1 and Q3, we have a high, and then Q2 and Q4, we have a lower one. Here in Q1, because of the many new customers we got on board, then we have kept the customer acquisition cost on a low level, meaning that the CAC payback time in months is right now, if the Q1 is 15 months. Our whole business model is based on that when we get new customers on board here with the average of almost 17,000, and our CAC is 21. Because we invoice 12 months upfront, so when we send the first invoice, we have not covered all the costs. But when we, in 12 months after they have signed the first deal, we are sending the second invoice, then basically we have covered all our costs, and then we are positive on that. So that's a very important part of our business model too, that we have that ability. And then we can see how we have improved both in Q4 and in Q1, and that's also a strategy going forward. We really have a focus on new biz. If we look at the net revenue retention, then in Q1, there was a 107. The previous 7 quarters has been between 112 and 114. So that was our normal level. Now here in Q1, it was lower, and that was due to that we had some specific and temporary downgrades on some of our customers, larger customers, and we also had a churn that was larger than normal. So that got a dip down, because normally we are very stable on this level. So it's 107. But that's many of that is temporary. Some of it will go up again. Otherwise, it's been on these 112 for a long time. Our average revenue per account have also increased quarter by quarter actually from every quarter until Q1, because we had that churn. Then it went a little bit down. Otherwise, it just increased quarter by quarter. And that's simply because our whole cohorts, because they all are increasing year over year, then also the average revenue per account is also increasing in general. So these are the ones that we follow very closely, whether we have some good metrics or not. And also when we look at how much we invest, these are the ones that we look after. If we just take the next slide, because that is showing on the trailing 12 months. Now we have shown, when we now have released the Q1, that has been the, from Q2 last year to Q1, and we can also with the trailing 12 months, that's basically the whole financial year last year. That's what we are showing now, and it gives a better picture of what is it on average, because we have the seasonality quarter by quarter. In the trailing 12 months, so they are more precise picture. And here we can see how we have improved in the number of new customers coming in, and also how the customer acquisition cost had gone down, and therefore also the CAC payback time in general, and also how our in total numbers, our new ARR, how we have increased that. So it's a very good trend that we have seen in general. So that was for the SaaS metrics, and then I have a very few slides left. One is our EBITDA. If you take the next slide, that's our EBITDA development, and also the revenue. Now it shows the Q1 numbers. So when we are closing a deal on ARR, then we get also the revenue in, and that follows more or less the ARR closely. And then we have a cost of sales with a gross profit, and then the gross profit margin here has been basically between 80, now 84, then 82, and some others is 86. What we say is, as long as we are above 80, then we are happy, and we have last couple of quarters have been even above, more above that. We have a negative EBITDA. We are investing in our business in general. So when we raised capital as part of going on main market, we raised 60 million Danish kroner, and that was because of the SaaS metrics. It really made sense for every new customer we got on board. If you want to say, when we paid once, then over 5 years, then we get the money back 5 times based on what we entered. It was a really good model, so we raised capital to do this. As part of that plan also was that we will do that initially, develop our products, invest in the whole organization to maturity, to systems, to product, to the expansion. But then it should be at our end of our investment cycle, then it should go down, so we are on the path to profitability. So that has been a very important part of it, and that also shows in the numbers, if you are following us, that the EBITDA is it has a seasonality in general, but it is going down. And that I can also show when I now just go to the guidance for the year. If you just take the next slide and the next again. So when we look ahead from the guidance point of view, then we guide that we will reach a level of ARR from 105 to 112 that correspond to 18 to 25% for this year. The outlook is based on currency exchange rates by end of 2023, because it goes a little bit up and down. That has an impact on our ARR, but that's what we expect to do, and that's under these market circumstances that we also have seen in 2023, that we continue in 2024, that the customers are very cost focused. So there is delays compared to the earlier years, but we still, as you can see, maintain that we can get a lot of customers in it. If you just take the next one slide, that's our guidance for the EBITDA, which is also an important part of it. So we have, for the last years, we have been negative. What we see, we also did that with negative 8.7, but we guide to, at end of this year, to be at between positive 5 to 10. So that's really on this path of becoming profitable. And we have announced that already last year, and we continue on every quarter, that we are on a path toward a cash positive position. So we, at the end of 2024, we expect to reach a position where our ARR exceed our cost base, and that will position us to achieve at least a cash neutral status on a yearly basis by 2025. And the whole idea is to get the ARR and the revenue just above the cost, but the cost can then increase if you would like to continue to invest, which is our current plans. So we will come out of this having negative, but it was the plan so far. So we are fully on plan with this. That ends my presentation.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
ready
you,
for
Christian.
questions.
Yeah, I mean, you spent quite a lot of time, but I think we have time for one more question. You already talked about growth, you talked about profitability, but I think when a lot of people hear about digital signatures, they think DocuSign.
Yeah.
How are you going to make sure that you, that you don't get squeezed by DocuSign in the long term? How you make sure that your product offering is better for the customer segments that you're targeting?
Yes. So what we have done over all the years is we have co-created and specialized our solution for specific industries, and auditing and accounting is the strategic industry that we've chosen. And we are supporting all their workflows, integrated into their systems, adding on KYC. So we really for the whole client life cycle of that. That's the why we do it. So that's specialization. And focusing on an industry, that's how we differentiate ourselves. So we basically do not meet a DocuSign when we go out to our industry. If you just took a standard signature by itself, of course, then we're up against that competition. So if you use it for other things, we are in, but not for our strategic industry.
Okay, perfect. And just one short question there at the end. What do you see as the key risk for Penneo going forward?
Of course, we are depending on that this agenda of digitalization will continue. We fully expect that. Also, the regulation of the KYC and the whole AML, then it's always good to be able to support that they can be compliant. But of course, we are depending on that digital agenda and the general adoption. Now we're entering Germany, and there, we expect that could be much bigger than Belgium that we have seen recently really perform well. But from a risk point of view, are they really mature enough now or not? We expect it based on our dialogue, but of course that's a risk. Are they as fast as we want them to be?
Yeah. Thank you very much for a great presentation, Christian. I think that's all we have time for today. So have a great day all. Thank you so much.